UT dan kita adalah Garuda, terbang tinggi menembus awan, membelah sabta pertala, menaburkan inspirasi, asa, dan harapan bagi segenap anak bangsa, demi masa depan yang lebih baik dan masa mendatang yang lebih gemilang. Bersama UT, Indonesia Maju.
Universitas terbuka.
Menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
Bangkit dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT PTNBH.
Welcome to Universitas Terbuka. Universitas Terbuka, or UTE, is the 45th State University of Indonesia, launched on September 4, 1984. The head office is located at Pondok Cabe, South Tangerang, and is spread over 16 hectares. As the central university campus, Universitas Terbuka emphasizes the importance of professional concept and advanced technology, while at the same time preserving green spaces and a natural environment. As a pioneer and innovator of distance higher education, Universitas Terbuka has 39 regional offices throughout Indonesia, and one dedicated for students living overseas. The adoption of a flexible learning system allows UTE students to learn wherever they are and whenever it suits them. UTE provides learning opportunities for all individuals to higher education. Universitas Terbuka provides high-speed broadband and dedicated workstations for its staff in order to serve its students in Indonesia and across the globe. UTE's head office is composed of several main units. These are the Information Communication Technology Unit. This is responsible for information and communication technology management, which involves network management systems and application development information, as well as communication technology. The Multimedia Development Center is responsible for content development for teaching through creating imagery, animation, audio, video production, and more. The Learning Material Distribution Center is responsible for managing all the daily activities of a centralized distribution center and warehouse. The library is responsible for the development, selection, and maintenance of the learning material collection, and the ordering, processing, and cataloging of all library materials. The Examination Center is responsible for the organization and administration of examinations. The Rectorate building contains the offices of the Rector and Vice-Rectors. The Bureau of Finance, General Affairs and Partnership is responsible for carrying out financial affairs and the university's planning, administration and management. The Bureau of Student Administration and Planning takes care of academic and administrative services, including a contact center that serves the needs of students. The core teaching and learning functions of the university are conducted through 4 faculties. These faculties offer diploma, bachelor, master, and doctoral programs. These faculties are the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology, and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. At present, Universitas Terbuka has a student body of just over 350,000 from every corner of Indonesia and more than 50 other countries. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
yaitu dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Berdiri pada 4 September 1984, UT langsung berlari untuk menciptakan inovasi dan terobosan baru dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh di tanah air. Lahirnya UT membuktikan komitmen pemerintah untuk memeratakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas tanpa batas. Hampir 2 juta alumni UT tersebar di tanah air dan mancanegara dengan beragam profesi dan keahlian. Hal itu menunjukkan UT telah berhasil melaksanakan mandat pemerintah. Kemajuan teknologi, perubahan kebutuhan masyarakat, tuntutan pemerintah, menjadikan UT sebagai institusi pendidikan yang matang, kuat, dan visioner.
Dengan status baru sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum atau PTNBH, UT tetap pada jati dirinya, yaitu menyediakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang terjangkau biayanya, terjamin kualitasnya, dan tersebar layanannya.
Status PTNBH ini membuat UT sejajar dengan PTN lain yang sudah lebih lama didirikan. Status ini juga membuat UT semakin otonom dalam pengelolaan akademik, tata kelola, pengelolaan keuangan dan aset, serta sumber daya manusia. Empat 43 program pendidikan jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor yang ada saat ini dapat dikembangkan lebih cepat sesuai dengan permintaan dan kebutuhan masyarakat. Menyadari kompleksitas, pekerjaan, koordinasi, dan tuntutan akurasi yang sangat tinggi, UT mengembangkan berbagai aplikasi.
Semua aplikasi itu disatukan dalam digital learning ecosystem.
Dengan selalu mendapatkan opini audit laporan keuangan wajar tanpa pengecualian, UT senantiasa berkomitmen penuh untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi yang transparan, akuntabel, efektif, efisien, dan ekonomis.
UT menerapkan standar yang tinggi untuk bahan ajar, proses pembelajaran, dan asesmen hasil belajar. Dengan demikian, para mahasiswa dimanapun mereka berada diharapkan akan memiliki standar kompetensi minimal yang sama.
Jejaring kerjasama yang kuat membuat UT menjadi institusi yang semakin berkembang, maju, besar, dan terpercaya.
Bangkit dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT PTNBH.
Kemajuan teknologi yang berkembang kini membuat kita makin mudah melakukan sesuatu dengan waktu yang lebih cepat. Salah satunya dalam hal sistem pembayaran. Menjawab tantangan zaman, Bank Indonesia mendesain dan menetapkan Quick Response Indonesia Standard atau disingkat KRIS, agar sistem pembayaran dapat dilakukan secara cepat, aman, serta mempermudah komunikasi antar penerbit QR dan merchant. Dengan tagline unggul, diharapkan masyarakat lebih mudah dan fleksibel saat bertransaksi menggunakan KRIS. unggul, universal, inklusif untuk seluruh lapisan masyarakat dan dapat digunakan di domestik dan luar negeri. Gampang, transaksi dilakukan dengan mudah dan aman dalam satu genggaman. Untung, efisien satu kode QR untuk semua aplikasi. Langsung, transaksi cepat dan seketika mendukung kelancaran sistem pembayaran. Cara menggunakan kris. Pilih dan buka aplikasi pembayaran yang diinginkan. Scan QR Code. Dan periksa nama merchant. Isi sesuai jumlah nominal. Dan lakukan pembayaran. Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia.
Jadi galau karena mikirin biaya transfer antar banknya. Bagi sebagian orang yang butuh dana cepat, mungkin biaya transfer antar bank gak terlalu jadi masalah. Apalagi kalau sobat anak sultan. Tapi ada juga loh yang sampai usaha ekstra, rela jalan jauh, bahkan sampai naik angkot keliling kota demi mencari ATM yang banknya sama supaya nggak kena biaya transfer antar bank. Coba bayangin kalau transfernya ke 10 orang yang beda bank. Mending buat jajan boba kan? Tenang, gak perlu gamang apalagi bimbang. Karena sejak Desember 2021 ada yang namanya BIFAS sobat. Jadi, BIFAS merupakan infrastruktur sistem pembayaran nasional yang dikembangkan oleh Bank Indonesia yang bertujuan untuk memfasilitasi transaksi pembayaran retail bagi masyarakat. Terus, apa aja kelebihan dari fitur BIFAS? Dengan BIFAS, kita bisa bertransaksi online antar bank secara real time dan tersedia setiap saat. Jadi saat kita butuh dana cepat atau urgent, fitur seperti ini sangat membantu apalagi dengan biaya transfer yang dikenakan maksimal Rp2.500 aja. Selain itu, BIFAS memberi kemudahan sobat melakukan transfer daring hanya dengan informasi nomor HP atau alamat email. Keren kan? Jadi ketolong deh bagi yang suka lupa sama nomor rekeningnya sendiri. Di tahap awal, BIFAS baru dapat diakses melalui kanal mobile, internet, maupun counter. Tapi, penerapan kanal layanan BIFAS ini tergantung kebijakan masing-masing peserta ya sobat. Ada juga yang hanya menyediakan layanan BIFAS melalui counter. Jadi bisa dipastikan dulu kepesertaannya. Kedepannya, Bank Indonesia secara bertahap akan menggandeng lebih banyak peserta, baik bank maupun lembaga selain bank, agar bisa bertransaksi lewat kanal lainnya seperti kris, ATM, dan mesin edisi. Perlu diingat, BIFAS ini merupakan fitur layanan yang ditawarkan oleh bank yang sudah menjadi peserta. Jadi, bukan berarti semua layanan transfer antar bank itu otomatis turun jadi Rp2.500. Wah, makin gak sabar deh sama perkembangan teknologi sistem pembayaran. Semakin kesini, semakin efisien dan mempermudah kita semua. Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia. Kepikiran gak sih gimana proses transaksi digital itu berjalan? Cara pembayaran yang cepat dan efisien menjadi salah satu faktor yang bikin pelanggan jadi makin nyaman bertransaksi. Karena itu, jawaban untuk transaksi cepat dan efisien telah dihadirkan oleh Bank Indonesia sejak 1 Januari 2020, yaitu KRIS. KRIS atau Quick Response Code Indonesian Standard adalah standarisasi sistem pembayaran berbasis QR Code. Dengan adanya standarisasi ini, penyelenggara QR Code bisa saling terhubung dan sistem pembayaran pun jadi lebih efisien. Ibaratnya, semua bahasa QR yang berbeda-beda diterjemahkan menjadi satu QR standar yang bisa di-scan dengan berbagai aplikasi. Sebelum ada KRIS, merchant harus menyediakan ragam QR dari berbagai penyelenggara sistem pembayaran atau PJSP, di mana satu aplikasi PJSP hanya bisa membaca QR miliknya sendiri. Hal ini kurang efisien, karena merchant dan konsumen harus memiliki berbagai akun di berbagai PJSP. Setelah ada KRIS, merchant dan konsumen cukup memiliki satu QR dari PJSP yang sudah memakai KRIS, sehingga bisa di-scan oleh berbagai aplikasi PJSP yang konsumen miliki. Merchant cukup memiliki satu akun PJSP aja, jadi nggak ada lagi tuh kejadian di mana transaksi batal karena aplikasi QR milik konsumen berbeda dengan yang dimiliki merchant atau pedagang. Manfaat pakai KRIS yaitu gak repot dengan uang kembalian, mengurangi risiko uang palsu, keamanan yang baik karena transaksi dilakukan melalui PJSP berizin, memudahkan pembukuan karena transaksi tercatat di aplikasi, murah dan universal karena merchant cukup memiliki satu akun yang bisa menerima pembayaran dari semua aplikasi PJSP. KRIS dibedakan menjadi dua jenis. Pertama, Merchant Presented Mode atau MPM statis dan dinamis. KRIS MPM statis yaitu satu QR Code yang sudah disediakan merchant dan tidak akan berganti untuk semua pelanggan. Cara pakai KRIS MPM statis: cari kode QR merchant, scan QR Code-nya, masukkan nominal dan pastikan nama merchant sesuai dengan QR. Transaksi sukses. Berikutnya, KRIS Merchant Presented Mode atau MPM dinamis, yaitu QR Code yang di-generate untuk setiap transaksi yang berbeda, sehingga setiap pelanggan harus melakukan scan QR sekali pakai. Cara pakai KRIS MPM dinamis: KRIS ditampilkan oleh merchant pada layar atau struk, scan QR Code, nominal transaksi akan muncul secara otomatis, pastikan nominal dan nama merchant sudah benar. Transaksi sukses. Kedua, Customer Presented Mode atau CPM, yaitu QR Code dimiliki oleh akun pelanggan dan di-scan oleh merchant. Cara pakai KRIS CPM: tunjukkan QR Code pelanggan di aplikasi melalui menu QR saya, merchant membaca QR Code pelanggan, nominal transaksi akan muncul otomatis, pastikan nominal dan nama merchant sudah benar. Transaksi sukses. Jika pelanggan memiliki masalah dalam bertransaksi, silakan hubungi kontak center aplikasi yang digunakan oleh pelanggan. Jika merchant memiliki masalah dalam bertransaksi, silakan hubungi kontak center PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Selain itu, transaksi pakai KRIS juga menguntungkan dengan proses settlement yang langsung. Begini mekanisme pembayaran settlement dari pelanggan ke akun merchant. Settlement dilakukan setiap hari, termasuk hari Sabtu, Minggu, dan hari libur nasional. Langsung ke account yang terdaftar di PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Merchant hanya dikenakan biaya merchant discount rate atau MDR. Merchant dapat bertanya ke PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant mengenai besaran MDR. Yuk pakai KRIS untuk usaha kamu. Begini cara daftar KRIS sebagai merchant. Isi form dan siapkan dokumen pendukung yang diminta oleh PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Kirimkan dokumen yang dibutuhkan kepada PJSP. Tunggu verifikasi dari PJSP, dapatkan QR dari PJSP, lakukan tes transaksi, dan periksa settlement uang masuk keesokan harinya di rekening yang terdaftar. Jika merchant telah memiliki QR Code sebelumnya, silahkan meminta penggantian QR Code menjadi kris ke PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Jika merchant telah memiliki kris dan ingin menambah kerjasama dengan PJSP lainnya, silakan infokan nomor merchant ID ke PJSP lainnya tersebut. Jadi, lebih enak pakai kris kan? Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia.
Pendidikan jarak jauh. Terdapat di lebih dari 40 provinsi dan di luar negeri. Bahan ajar mudah didapat.
Anda sedang mendengarkan UT Radio, Open Education.
Diikuti berbagai macam profesi, mencetak lulusan berkualitas, universitas terbuka tanpa batas.
Pendidikan adalah wahana untuk menggapai mimpi dan mengubah masa depan menjadi lebih baik. Hari gini, nggak ada alasan buat nggak kuliah. Kita bisa kuliah tanpa mengorbankan kegiatan yang lainnya. Bahkan waktu dan tempat pun bukan masalah. Siapapun kalian dan dimanapun kalian berada, ciptakan kampus untuk kuliah dan kampus yang akan mendatangi kalian. Ya cuma UT yang bisa begini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Sunday, wonderful day, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science, and Technology, ISBEST, with the theme answering the unprecedented challenges in business sustainability throughout knowledge investment and collaborative innovation, followed by the announcement of the winners of the 4th COPSI and the 1st COBISMA. My name is Marcia, and I will be the host of this event today. Now, our warmest welcome and thanks to our excellencies and honorable keynote speakers. Air Chief Marshal, Retirement Dr. Honor Causa Hadi Cahyanto, SIP Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia, SE MSI, Minister of Investment of Republic Indonesia, Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board. Profesor Ojat Darojat, Embus PhD, Rektor of Universitas Terbuka. Dr. Muhammad Yunus, SS MA, Vice Rector of Economic Affairs. Dr. Melanie Harsasi, MSI, Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Terbuka. Mr. Martino Wibowo, SE MSI, PhD, Chairman of ISBEST. And also welcome and thank you to all invited speakers. Professor Ahad Ali, PhD, Director of IEOM Society, Director of IE Program, Lawrence School of Technology, Michigan, USA. Professor Pawan Andikari, PhD, Professor at University of Essex, England. Professor Roman Klimko, Professor at University of Economics in Bratislava, Slovakia. Mr. Erno de Korte, Director of Plus Rotterdam, the Netherlands. And also we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors and partners, Bank Indonesia, PT Muda Mitra Indonesia, CV Duta Selaras, plus the Netherlands, and Indonesia Digital Creative Industry Society, or MICTI. Thank you. We really appreciate all the support and dedication in this event organized, especially by the Faculty of Economics, and also for all teams committee who has been in this project. And thank you so much and keep spirit till the end of this event. And also welcome to all participants and presenters from governments, private sectors, small medium enterprises, education, scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, business people, and also students. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, before we start the event today, I would like to read out for today's agenda as follows. Firstly, opening remarks by Mr. Martino Wibowo, SEMSI, PhD, as Chairman of ISBEST. Secondly, opening remarks by Dr. Meirani Harsasi, as Dean of Faculty of Economics, followed by welcoming speech by Rector of Universitas Terbuka. The first keynote speakers, Air Chief Marshal Dr. Honoris Causa Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, and second keynote speakers by Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia, which is presented by Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indra Putra, Special Staff for National Entrepreneurial Development of Ministry of Investment. Fifth, continue with token of appreciation for keynote speakers as well as photo session. Sixth, morning plenary session by Professor Ahad Ali, PhD, and continue by Q&A session, token of appreciation for the speaker, and the photo session. For information, the committee has provided one prizes for the selected questionnaires. 7. Parallel sessions. For identification reason, please rename your name in format name and your presentation room for the presenter for ISBEST. And for the audience, please rename your name as stated in today's attendance form. 8. Closing morning session followed by break. And 9. After the break, we'll resume the plenary speakers by Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, Professor Roman Klimko, and followed by Mr. Erno de Corte. Continue by Q&A session, token of appreciation for the speakers, and photo session. For information, the committee has provided 4 prizes for the selected questionnaires. 10. Kaleidoscope of 4th COPSI, followed by winner announcements of 4th COPSI, followed by first Go Bismarck. Continue with best paper announcement. Lastly, closing remarks by Dr. Muhammad Yunus SS, MA, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, followed by closing ceremony. That's on today's event agenda. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next, the national anthem of Republic Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, himne of Universitas Terbuka. And for now, please welcome Mr. Martino Wibowo, Chairman of ISBEST, to deliver his opening speech. Mr. Martino, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Caca. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebijakan, Kebajikan, Rahayu, Selamat sejahtera bagi kita semua. Your Excellency, Bapak Menteri Marsikal TNI Purnawirawan Dr. Honoris Causa Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, as Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Republic of Indonesia. And Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, SAMSI, as Minister of Investment of Republic of Indonesia and Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, represented by Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indraputra as Special Staff for National Entrepreneur Development of Ministry of Investment. To our Honorable Head of the University whom I respect, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojad Darojat, PhD MBES, Vice Rector and all head of units in Universitas Terbuka, Dean of Faculty Economics, Ibu Dr. Meirani Harsasi, MSI. With gratitude and pride to all distinguished guest speakers, Prof. Ahad Ali, PhD from Michigan, United States of America, Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD from Essex, United Kingdom, Prof. Roman Klimko from Bratislava, Slovakia, Mr. Erno de Korte from Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Good morning, everyone, and a distinguished guest of the seminars. I am Martino Wibowo. For a little while, I was recently appointed as the new chairman of this gathering. To begin with, on behalf of the Faculty of Economics of Universitas Terbuka, I'd like to welcome the distinguished guests and all our many returning as well as our first-time participants to this fifth edition of the summit now. Also, I'd like to thank the rector, vice rectors of Universitas Terbuka, and the dean of the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Terbuka, the steering committee, and all my colleagues for trusting me to do this job in assisting to conduct this event, the fifth International Seminar on Business, Economic, Social Science, and Technology, or so-called ISBEST. And the competition that we held yesterday, the fourth COPSI, Competition of Public Sector Innovation, and the first COBISMA, Competition of Business and Management in the Faculty of Economics of Universitas Terbuka. As mentioned earlier, that the topic of the ISBEST conference is answering the unprecedented challenges in business sustainability throughout knowledge, investment, and collaborative innovation. Part of that, this theme, therefore, obviously relates to the situation of today's world economy. Historically, International Seminar of Business, Economic, Social Science, and Technology, or ISBEST, has been becoming the annual agenda and tradition of the Faculty of Economics of Universitas Terbuka. As is the norm in many conferences, the purpose of conferences is to provide a forum of educators, scholars, managers, and graduate students from around the world and many backgrounds to present and avail, discuss research, and also make advancement and innovation in their respective fields of study. Furthermore, it affords chance for participants to share innovative ideas and applications to experience establishing a business or global academic relationships. Currently, more than 100 participants join in this conference from various universities, students, and non-academic institutions, and approximately 17 of participants join the competition into first competition of public sector innovation or COPSI and the first competition of business and management BISMA. Indeed, discussing business, economics, and management topics amid an uncertain world economic situation, it's not easy task and healthy. I personally do hope that today's conference will give participants ideas for growth and opportunities to get a piece of new knowledge and to connect with valuable partners. Wish you all every success. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martino, for your opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome, please, Dr. Merani Harsasi, Dean of Faculty of Economics, to deliver her opening speech. Dr. Merani, please proceed.
Thank you, Marsha. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Your Excellency, Bapak Marsikal TNI Purnawirawan Dr. Hanaris Kausa Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Republic of Indonesia, and Bapak Bahlil Lahadila, SAMSI, Minister of Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, represented by Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indra Putra, Special Staff for National Entrepreneur Development of Ministry of Investment. And I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the head of the university, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat, Embus PhD, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA as the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs Universitas Terbuka, Vice Rectors, and all head of unit in Universitas Terbuka. Distinguished guest speakers, Professor Ahad Ali, PhD, Director of IAOM Society, Director of IA Program, Lawrence School of Technology, Michigan, USA, Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, Professor at University of Essex, England, Professor Roman Klimko, Professor at University of Economics in Bratislava, Slovakia, Erno de Korte, Director of PLUS, the Netherlands. The Chairman of 5th ISBEST 2022, Dr. Martino Wibowo, dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, the honorable guests, and all participants. I'm Merani Harsasi, the Dean of Universitas Terbuka of Faculty of Economics. It is great pleasure for me to welcome you to the 5th International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science, and Technology, or ISBEST, and to give you a brief talk about the objective of the competition that we held yesterday and today, the 4th COPSI competition of public sector innovations, and the first COBISMA competition of business and management in the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Terbuka. That dispersed to students around the nations and the globe through lecturing, community services, and research. One of them is via seminars and conferences that we carry out today. And the best that I would say is in accordance with the Universitas Terbuka's goals. This event is trying to make higher education open to all, and this seminar and the competition could be the way to realize it. In addition, I would send the message that no matter how much we can accomplish by ourselves, whether through research or development, it is never sufficient in this world of knowledge to grasp all and find it on our own. Therefore, the focal drive of this conference is to exchange ideas, and by participating in this exchange, it is hoped that all parties who may benefit from the conference can apply it in managing activities in their areas. It is pleasing to note that the agenda of this conference covers a wide range of interesting topics related to all theoretical and practical aspects. So, we do hope you will contribute by participating in all of Universitas Terbuka activities to help acquire the appropriate professional and personal skills needed for a successful and happy career, those are two keywords for professional and personal development. For the participants competing in this event, we count on you to do your best. Let us make a good story. Thank you so much and best wishes. And it become a close welcome to all participants of this event and have a great, wonderful seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for your opening speech, Dr. Merani. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome Professor Ojat Darojat, Ambus, PhD, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, to deliver his welcome speech. Professor Ojat, the time is yours.
Thank you anyway, Marsha. And good day, everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. To our honorable guest opening this event, Bapak Menteri Marsikal TNI Purnawirawan, Dr. Honoris Causa, Bapak Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, the Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning Republic of Indonesia. And also to our esteemed guests, the keynote speakers, Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia, SMSI, the Minister of Investment, the Republic of Indonesia, and also the Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, represented by Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indra Putra, Special Staff for National Entrepreneur Development and of Ministry of Investment. To all distinguished panel speakers, Professor Ahad Ali, PhD, Professor Pawan Andikari, PhD, Professor Roman Krinko, and Mr. Enno De Corti. To my colleagues from our university, Sebuka, Vice Rector, and also the Dean, the head of unit, especially the Dean of Faculty of Economics, the Chairman of the 5th ISBEST, and all professors, lecturers at University Sebuka. And to all honorable guests and to all presenters, participants of the 5th ISBEST 2022. So, welcome to University Sebuka Annual International Seminar on Business, Economics, Social Science, and Technology, or we call it ISBEST. The seminar is organized by the Faculty of Economics, University Sebuka since 2018, if I'm not mistaken. On this very special day, I would like to thank to all our speakers for taking part in ISBEST. The expertise of speakers this year is very outstanding, and I also express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone that has joined this seminar. So attendance, this international seminar is our annual seminar program being held as part of Universitas Terbuka Dies Natalis, which is celebrated on the 4th of September every year. And in our 38th anniversary this year, our Dies Natalis main theme is entitled Advancing Altogether in Universitas Terbuka Toward Fully Autonomous Higher Education Institutions, or we call it PTNBH. And to strengthen our team, the Faculty of Economics is holding this international seminar with a topic answering the unprecedented challenge in business sustainability throughout knowledge investment and collaborative innovations. Distinguished colleagues and guests, today, the world is in difficult situations. The world economy has been hit by one shock after another. We heard that global economic slowdown was started. According to IMF, the global growth forecast is cut to 2.7% in 2023. Therefore, Indonesia is part of the country in the world will also be negatively impacted. So due to the dual economic and health crisis in the world, business sector in Indonesia have had to deal with disorderly checkout during this uncertainty and unprecedented economic conditions. Thus, it will be necessary to invest in knowledge and collaborative with others to sustain the business, education and research, along with innovations at the heart of knowledge economics and drive long-term growth. According to Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, knowledge-based capital, or KBC, results from business investment in non-physical assets such as R&D, data, software, patents, new business models, organizational processes, firm-specific skills, and designs. Hence, collaborations between the business sector and academic institution is possible in this area, whereas Faculty of Economics, UT, is part of the source for this knowledge capital. Moreover, innovation is increasingly essential for an effective response to and recovery for a business sector in Indonesia. Collaboration in innovation investment must be improved, especially across the multi-stakeholders. Indonesia can play an important role to support the world economy that accommodate various parties. Collaborations as the key to reach business sustainability, including small middle enterprises participation in the business sector. So I encourage the Faculty of Economics to take part
to take a role from the academic side in these collaborative innovations. Attendance within this challenging period, knowledge processing centers such as university institutions are key strategic elements for the development of the recent challenges. The ISBEST conference shows that Faculty of Economics, UT, has strong commitment to contribute positively to the business development of Indonesia by disseminating research in innovations which conducted by academics at the faculty, together with our speakers, presenters, and participants from other institutions at today's seminar. So I encourage all of us to exchange new ideas and extend the network and cooperations among all participants. So to our guys, it has been a difficult task organizing this event, but I really do appreciate the hard work in the ISBEST committee. I pray that all of us, blessed with good health, we will have the opportunity to exchange ideas and learn from each other during this seminar, which I believe will be a valuable opportunity for all the invited keynote and panel speakers, guests, and presenters. So we wish all of us successful and impactful seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Ojata Rojat for your opening speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Air Chief Marshal Retirement Dr. Honoris Causa Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Hadi Cahyanto, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Rektor Universitas Terbuka, Dekan Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Ibu dosen dan seluruh jajaran Sivitas Akademika Universitas Terbuka yang berbahagia dan banggakan. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, yang telah memberikan berkah dan nikmat-Nya sehingga kita dapat berkumpul dalam suasana sehat dan semangat dalam acara International Seminar on Business, Economic, Social Science, and Technology, ISBEST, yang kelima dengan tema Answering the Change Challenge in Business, Sustainability Throughout Knowledge, Investment, and Collaborative Innovation. Adik-adik, mahasiswa, dan mahasiswi sekalian, mengakhiri tahun 2022 ini, pandemi berangsur membaik. Saya semakin optimis pandemi akan segera berakhir, sejalan dengan datangnya tahun 2023 nanti. Akan tetapi, tentu kita tahu bersama bahwa tantangan ke depan akan terus ada. Mungkin adik-adik sekalian sudah mendengar isu terkait resesi ekonomi global yang diperkirakan akan datang di tahun depan. Situasi ekonomi global dan geopolitik saat ini sedang berada pada kondisi yang kurang baik akibat krisis ekonomi pangan hingga energi karena pandemi COVID-19 serta perang antara Rusia dan Ukraina. Namun, dalam situasi seperti ini, kita harus siap menghadapinya. Tetap tidak boleh kehilangan semangat dan optimisme bahwa kita dan seluruh elemen bangsa Indonesia akan dapat melaluinya dengan baik. Adik-adik mahasiswa dan mahasiswi masa depan negeri, kalian mahasiswa dan mahasiswi Universitas Terbuka adalah agent of change, agen perubahan bagi Indonesia yang lebih baik di masa depan. Adik-adik semua diharapkan memiliki kemampuan akademis, kepemimpinan, social skill, serta akhlak yang mulia untuk berkontribusi dalam pembangunan bangsa. Sebagai agen perubahan, adik-adik juga memegang peran penting untuk mewujudkan Indonesia Emas 2045. Kalianlah calon pemimpin bangsa yang dapat menjawab tantangan perubahan lingkungan, bisnis, dan ekonomi yang dibutuhkan untuk mendorong ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Saya beserta Bapak Ibu dosen di Universitas Terbuka ini percaya pada kemampuan adik-adik sekalian. Semoga seminar internasional yang diselenggarakan hari ini mampu menghasilkan diseminasi riset dan inovasi penting bagi perkembangan dunia pengetahuan dan pendidikan Indonesia. Selamat mengikuti seminar. Semoga lancar dan bermanfaat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you very much for Mr. Hadi Cahyanto for your speech. And now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Bahri Lahadalia, SEMSI, Minister of Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Chairman in Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, represented by Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indra Putra, Special Staff for National Entrepreneur Development of Ministry of Investment. Mr. Muhammad Pradana Indra Putra, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Marsha. Should I speak in English or Indonesia?
Depends on you.
Okay. I'll speak in English. Yeah.
Okay.
Following all the honorable hosts that already started before me. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all. Salam sejahtera for all of us. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable host, the one that speak before Pak Menteri, Pak Rektor dari Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Ojat Darojat, Vice Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Dean of the Faculty of Economics of Universitas Terbuka, Ibu Dr. Mirani Harsasi, and also the start of the day, the chair of the committee, Bapak Martin Wibowo, who successfully conducting this great event this morning and today. First, our sincere apologies that Pak Menteri cannot attend the event this morning because due to the state visit that we are having now in the UK, United Kingdom, that we are meeting the Minister of Investment in London from 24th of October till tomorrow. And also our greatest congratulations and happy birthday to Universitas Terbuka for the 38 years. That's a long history. We know that UT is becoming a great part of Indonesia in terms of academics and educating young people in Indonesia. So I would like to share my presentation. So from what I get in the term of reference documents, so this is the 5th International Seminar on Business Economics, Social and Science and Technology. And the theme is answering the unprecedented challenges in business sustainability throughout knowledge, investment, and collaborative innovation. So, distinguished guests, students, brothers and sisters, I would like to start from the, if we're talking about uncertainties. So there are 5 uncertainties that actually already happening, and we also afraid that will be happen in the future. So it actually started a few years ago, yeah, when the Chinese and the US has a trade wars between each other and impacting the rest of the world. Okay, the second one is you know that we happen all over the world is the COVID-19 pandemic, and I believe it was a very hard time for us, and Alhamdulillah we have gone through the pandemic, and then we have a very good situation in terms of economy and also health securities. Third one, and we all know, is a war between Russia and Ukraine, and is impacting multi-aspect, including agriculture, including export imports, including energy. And fourth, as I mentioned before, is the energy and food crisis that happening all over the world. And last one, this is the one that we are very afraid that will happen in the future, because we have a strong trade relations and investment relation between both countries, is the potential instability between Chinese and Taiwan, right? So these are the 5. These are the 5th. These are the 5 factors in terms of uncertainty. If we are talking about uncertainty in the world economy. Next slide is about, okay, now we are comparing each other. Yeah, we're comparing Indonesia with the rest of the world, especially the big countries, right? The advanced economy in the world, like US, Europe, China, South Korea, India, Singapore, Vietnam. So students, distinguished guests, I would like to say, and I believe that, even though we are facing uncertainties, even though we are facing a dark times ahead in 2023, IMF said so, World Bank said so, US said so, even our president and the ministries, but we are very strong belief that we are very optimistic, right? We are very optimistic that we're at least more prepared compared to other countries, and we all believe that we're gonna perform better compared to other countries. Looking at the economic growth that we have now, right, comparing to the great countries that I already mentioned, now we are only lost to Vietnam, right? We only lost to Vietnam. We are having a better economic growth compared to the United States. We are having a better economic growth compared to Europe, compared to China, compared to South Korea, compared to even India, and even Singapore. We only lost to Vietnam. So I would likely to believe, and I would likely to encourage to all of you, that even though we are facing uncertainties, but it doesn't mean that we have to be pessimistic. We have to be very optimistic, and we have to be prepared for anything that will happen in the near future. Next slide will be the inflation rate. I know that the world is facing a crisis, right? United States having a huge inflation. UK also having the same problem now. Even though the people there, some people do not have the heater anymore during the winter, so they are having a very hard times now, and we are very fortunate, right? So if someone or some people that say to you that Indonesia are having an inflation crisis, or having a food crisis or energy crisis, that is not true, right? Compared to a lot of countries now, compared to Turkey that they're having 83.5%, Argentina having 83%, even Netherlands that colonized us for 350 years now having a very hard times compared to us, right? They're having 14.5% inflation rate there. Russia having the same problem. Even UK 10%, US 8.2%, so forth and so forth. Brazil, Australia, and we only have a 5.9% inflation rate compared to other countries. So we are very fortunate, and I would like to believe that again that we are very optimistic to face next year economic growth or economic situation that in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that actually APBN or state budget only contributes for 16.4% for out of our GDP, right? So our economy is actually driven by consumption and investment. This is really important to tell you before I present a more detailed presentation to show students how important investment is, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, consumption contributes more than 50% and investment contributes more than 30%. So, but if we talk about consumptions, right, it is driven by the purchasing power that owned by the people, right? Purchasing power comes from the salary, comes from the the money in their pockets, right? And the money in their pockets comes from the job that they have, right? And the job that they have is really depends on how huge investment coming to Indonesia, because investment will drive job opportunities. And the job opportunities will drive the the salaries, the money that you will or your parents have, and then it goes to the purchasing power and it goes to the consumption, right? So investment start all of the journey in terms of the economic process or economic growth, right? Students, guests, hosts, I will present. It is actually good news because in 2021, the world is having a minus in terms of investment flows, right? The world is having a minus in terms of investment inflows, right? But in 2021, Alhamdulillah, Indonesia, or in this case, Ministry of Investment, we already recorded, right? We successfully fulfilled the target that we received by from the president, that we have to 900 trillion rupiah, because if we want to have a stable economic growth out of 5%, we have to got a huge investment inflows into Indonesia. And Alhamdulillah that we in 2021 we already succeed by 1 trillion rupiah, right? The target is back then is 900 trillion, and we fulfilled by 901 trillion rupiah. And the foreign direct investment is quite balanced with the domestic direct investment with a 50.4% and a 49.6%. Okay, and how about now? We're very optimistic because our target now is 1,200 trillion rupiah or 1,200 trillion rupiah in terms of direct investment. And from January to June, we already succeed in fulfilling the target by 884 trillion rupiah. And actually, a few days ago, we just did the press release, and we already fulfilled around 800 trillion rupiah. So we are very optimistic that we will fulfill the target to 1,200 trillion rupiah, so we can contribute more to the GDP growth. And we are very optimistic that we will close the economic growth of 2022 to 5%. Okay. The most important news of the day is actually, since Pak Bahlil becoming the Minister of Investment, we are not talking about investment growth. Okay, but we are talking besides investment growth. We are talking about the quality of investment and the inclusivity of investment. We have to guarantee, we have to assure that this investment really benefits Indonesian, really benefits the local people, really benefits the government, not only the investors, right? So beforehand, in 2019, usually before 2019, usually investment inflows dominated by Java provinces or Java Islands, right? So by 53.7% in 2019. But since Pak Menteri gave us the responsibility to assure the balance of investment throughout Indonesia, so because so we have to be Indonesia centrist, not Java centrist. So now Alhamdulillah, from 2020 to 2021, outside Java now is more dominant compared to Java in terms of investment inflows. Okay, by 2020 is 50.5%, and 2021 is 52%, and we believe this number it will be higher in 2022. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we're talking about sustainability, I know that one of the topics that we have to discuss is sustainability, right? As we all know, the world is changing. The world is changing. We're having a climate crisis, and actually it's not only theory, because of what? Because of almost of the big companies, most of the multinational companies they are demanding the clean energy to supply their factories, right? So we have to adjust, right? And you know what? Sometimes for the consumers itself, it becoming cheaper now, right? In terms of, let's say, electric vehicle, right? We have cars, we have motorcycles that is driven by battery, driven by electricity, right? So I will talk later about this. Pak Martino, Mbak Marsha, Ibu Dekan, Pak Rektor, I would like to say, facing these uncertainties, facing this adjustment, right? We have to learn from the past. We cannot follow, right? We cannot follow other countries' footsteps. We cannot follow other countries' games, right? We have to set our own playing field. We have to set our own path. We have to set our own journey. We do not have to follow them, okay? So first of all, I would like to define what is sustainability, okay? Because several countries, I also participate in the G20 process back then, last month, with the Minister of Investment in the Trade Investment Industry Working Group, and we define sustainability, right? Not every countries agreed on the definition of sustainability. Most of us know sustainability means green. Sustainability means environment, but it's not only environment, okay? Our basic definition of sustainability that is very important to Indonesia is not only environment, but it has to be economic welfare and social justice to the local people in each countries, okay? In each countries, not only Indonesia. We have raised this issue, right, to other countries, to US, to Japan, to South Korea, to China, that we have to believe, we have to agree, if we talk sustainability atau berkelanjutan, it's not only environment, but we are talking about the people who lives in the environment, okay? So first issue that we propose in the G20 is how investment have to work closely with the local entrepreneurs in each region. So I want to, give you an explanation why this is important for Indonesia. As we all know, Indonesia is actually not driven by big companies, not driven by conglomerates, but we are basically driven by the MSMEs or the micro, small, medium enterprises that, maybe most of us have, and a lot of the business units from Sabang to Merauke, from Miangas to Pulau Rote, all over Indonesia, right? Out of 133 million working labor forces in Indonesia, 122 million coming from the MSMEs, right? Out of the 100% of business unit in Indonesia, 99% coming from MSMEs. And moreover, out of the 100% GDP or economic growth of Indonesia, 61% is contributed by the MSMEs. So we have to protect the MSMEs, we have to facilitate them, we have to accelerate them, so they can grow from micro to small, small to medium, and medium to big companies. And it is our duty, our government responsibilities to facilitate that, to help them, and to help them become bigger and bigger each day, right? So if we're talking about MSMEs, now in the Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja that we also back then discussed, and Alhamdulillah it is already legalized by the DPR and also by the government. Now every investors, the government, the central government, the local government. Jadi if we talk about pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, pemerintah kabupaten kota, now we are obliged to facilitate the partnership, okay? The partnership between big companies with the MSMEs in each region, okay? Each region. Why each region is important, okay? because we do not want, like, for example, if LG Hyundai built their factories in West Java, right? Okay, they are hiring MSMEs. They are getting the catering, the food catering from MSMEs. They're hiring the security companies atau keamanan, jasa keamanan from MSMEs, but it is coming from Jakarta. It is not coming from West Java. We do not want that to happen. Okay, it has to balance. Where the factories built, the MSMEs have to come from that region specifically. Okay, if the factory is built in West Java, the MSMEs has to come from West Java. If the factory is located in West Sumatra, the MSMEs has to, they have to come from West Sumatra. So if the one investment coming to I don't know, one region, it has to benefit most of its region first, then the provinces, then the countries. So that is what we believe. Yeah, it is now. There is in the Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja and also in the PP nomor 7. And this year we legalized through the ministerial decree through Permen. It is the first regulation that we regulate in 2022. That the partnership between big companies or factories or investors with our local MSMEs, and this is that we can report to you guys that throughout 2 years we have execute this program, and Alhamdulillah, in 2020 we have succeed in a total contract of 1.5 trillion rupiah. This is a contract of jobs. Okay, this is not investment. This is not CSR. No, this is jobs. Okay, this is contract. This is work to do. Okay, so they're hiring MSMEs to do their food catering, to do their supply chains and everything. 2022 it is recorded for 1.5 trillion rupiah, and 2021 we are recorded with 2.7 trillion rupiah. So that is what we do, and we hope that it helps the local economies in each region. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have to talk about downstream industries. Okay, I would likely to say that this is the first time Indonesia has the courage to, fully berdaulat, if we talk about, the strong terms of berdaulat, in controlling our natural resources. Okay, now this is very simple ideas. It is a very simple ideas. Government now is wants to do a downstream industries, so we do not want, in terms of mining commodities, in terms of food commodities, in terms of everything that we have now, we do not want to become just, a supplier in the very early stage in the supply chain in the world. Okay, if we are talking about nickel, if we're talking about coal, if we're talking about bauxite, if we're talking about copper, we're talking about a lot of commodities. Okay, Indonesia used to only dig, getting the commodities, getting the nickel, getting the coal, and ship it to other countries. That's the only thing that we do. Okay, that's the only thing that we do for most of the years throughout our country history. Okay, I would like to say, since 2020, we banned the export of nickel. Okay, because we have the biggest nickel reserve in the world now. Okay, sorry, I would like to look for the presentation. Okay, because we have the biggest nickel reserve in the world for 23.7%. Okay, and back then, before 2020, most of the big companies that own nickel mines, they're having a huge profit back then, and we know. But it's the best for our country that we ban the exports, and now, yeah, we're getting sued by most of the countries in the World Trade Organization or in the WTO. But we're not afraid of that, sued by the other countries. And now, but I would like to say that we are very succeed. We are very succeed in banning the nickel export and pushing the factories, pushing the foreign factories. If they want our nickel, they have to build their factories in Indonesia and nowhere else. Okay, nowhere else. If they want our nickel, they have to build their factories here. They have to build their smelter here, and providing jobs to Indonesian people, providing taxes to Indonesian government, and providing contract and jobs to our MSMEs. And you know what? From 2017, we only export $3.3 billion from nickel sectors. And since we ban the nickel exports and we push, the factories to process the nickel here, becoming nickel sulfate, becoming precursor, becoming cathodes, and becoming batteries, it multiplies a lot. It multiplies 11 times, 19 times, 37 times. And if we becoming batteries, it is, we can count to 67 times. You can imagine, right? So we from $3.3 billion, now we're becoming a $20.9 billion market in nickel. So this is, I want to, show you how that we're talking about downstream industries. We are talking about sustainability, contributing to the environment, we are contributing to the battery that will be used in the motorcycle, that will be used in the cars, of electric cars. Next, how downstream industries, in terms of nickel, contribute to our trade account. Okay, beforehand, we are having a minus $18.4 billion trade account compared to China. Okay, it is around 2019, and then the journey started. We are starting to to do downstream industries. We are starting to process our ore resources, and now we only having around we had minus 2.4, but now we only had minus 5.51 billion dollars in trade account to China, right? Compared to $18.5 billion in 2019. So we are having a 5 years journey, and we are decreasing around 15%. Oh, sorry, 10%. 10% in minus trade account to China. And to US, okay, we're not again talking about US anymore, because we already have surplus. We already have surplus in trade account from 8.2 to $34.9.2 billion because of the downstream industry that we already do throughout the years. Okay, so these downstream industries will build regional areas, will make increase local entrepreneurs, and we believe it will open jobs, because as we all know, Universitas Terbuka, a lot of you guys have a lot of students that are gonna be graduated this year and next year, and we'll be looking for jobs. And we believe if we have a huge investment, we have downstream industries, more factories, it will open more jobs to the young people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last part that I want to talk about, the G20. So not every countries, I would like to say that not every countries agree on the definition of sustainability, agreed on the local or agreed on the transfer of technology. Yeah, I would like to say, and I would like to clearly mention it to you guys, that not every country agreed on transfer of technology. Okay, not every country believe or agreed for the partnership, between investors and the local entrepreneurs. Okay, but fortunately, Alhamdulillah, during the G20 last month, we already succeed, persuade, lobbying the countries, member countries, to agree on 4 things. Okay, on 4 things, and those are the downstream industries. Those are the partnership between the investors and the local companies. The third one is the availability of financing to the sustainable industrial sectors. And the fourth one, we are producing the Bali Compendium. It is a compendium. Is actually Bali Compendium is consists of sustainability, business practices, and economic policies from G20 member countries that can be learned from each other. Okay, and I know I talk a lot, and maybe Okay, I'll cut to the end of the presentation. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe last one. Wait. Okay. Maybe this is one of the most important presentation that I have to talk to. Maybe tell the academics in the Universitas Terbuka that now the fiscal incentive that we have, it is authorized by our ministries, not again by the Ministry of Finance. So we are fully have the authorization for giving the fiscal incentive in terms of tax holiday, tax allowance, import duty exemption, and even the super tax deduction. Okay, this is our authority to give. And yeah, like a few days ago, yeah, we believe this is one of the incentives that we can give to the local companies, to the foreign companies that are contributing to the sustainability sectors or sustainable economies of Indonesia. So this is one of the incentives that we can give to most of the companies that want to do business in Indonesia, open a lot of jobs, open or maybe they are a pioneer in the sectors and also contributing to the sustainability industries. And I can say, ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to say, facing these uncertainties, facing the near future in 2023, 2024, I would like to encourage the young people, young students in Universitas Terbuka that we shouldn't follow. We shouldn't follow another country's footsteps. We shouldn't follow another country's trends. We shouldn't follow, kalau bahasa Pak Menteri, mohon maaf Indonesia nih, genderang musiknya mereka, gitu ya. We should create our own journey. We should create our own path. That's why Indonesia government now making a lot of policies that is very protective. I would like to admit that we are very protective. We are making policies that sometimes is controversial, but we believe that it is the best for our countries. Like first of all, it's the downstream policies. We are banning several commodities. So every companies that want to gain our access to the commodities that we have, including copper, nickel, timah, bauxite, they have to build their companies here. They have to build their factories here. Okay, even though we are being sued in the WTO, that we do not care about that. Okay, and second of all, we already have the regulation to assure that every investment coming into region, they have to work closely with the local MSMEs. And the third of all, we believe that in the near future, electricity will play a big role, okay, in terms of transportation, in terms of energy supply to houses, to retail industries or retail customers. And I would like to, encourage young people to becoming a business person, to becoming innovators, okay? Because I believe that, now cars, okay, if we talk about cars, it's still dominated by foreign companies. Yeah, by LG, Hyundai, by Toyota, so forth and so forth. Okay, but if we talk about motorcycle, now we have a lot of companies that produce electric motorcycles. Like we can say Gesit, we can say Alpha. Those are local companies that owned by Indonesian people and produced by Indonesian factories. Okay, so we are facing a change in trends. Okay, now we are not only talking about consumption or being a consumptive countries, but now we're also becoming a productive countries in terms of producing electric motorcycles and etc. And the other keys in terms of sustainability, if we talk about energy supply, I would likely to believe that retail sector plays a huge part in it. Okay, I mean like housing. Okay, if we can provide solar panel to every house in Indonesia, right? With easy maintenance, with a cheap cost, with a cheap monthly cost that cost to the households. I would like to believe that it is a very huge market for Indonesia, and I would like to encourage that it has to be local companies, it has to be local people, it has to be local young people to provide those kind of technology, providing those kind of businesses, so we can kalau kita bicara Trisakti, kita bisa berdikari di atas kaki kita sendiri secara economy. Mungkin that is all from me. I hope this presentation give you guys insights, give you guys more information, give you guys knowledge, and for honorable hosts from Pak Rektor, Vice Rector, Dean, Mbak Marsha, Pak Martin, our ministries will open our hands. We are very willingly to work with you very closely to, as my jabatan peningkatan pengusaha nasional. So we have to, talk about how we can increase the local entrepreneurs in Indonesia, especially the young people, and also help the academics to gain more information directly from the ministries or from the government. Maybe that's all from me. Thank you so much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Om Santi, Santi Om. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pradana. What a great presentation. Thank you for the knowledge and insights about what's going on the world, especially economics, especially in Indonesia, today and near future. Indonesia must be optimistic to have a better future. Like you say, buy locals to support local business, right? Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, attention for a moment. Token of appreciation in the form of certificate for keynote speakers, as well as photo session. Okay, Mr. Pradana, this is your certificate for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we have a photo session, and everybody, please open your cameras, and we will take a picture. Okay, Kamari, ready? Okay, first page, smile. Okay, move along to the second page. Second page, yeah. Okay, smile. Okay, third page. Okay, smile. Fourth page. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pradana, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much Mbak Marsha, Pak Martin, Ibu Dekan, Pak Rektor, Bapak Wakil Rektor, and good luck to you all. Have a great day this day. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Assalamualaikum.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the agenda of morning plenary session with speakers Professor Ahad Ali, PhD, Director of IEOM Society, Director of IE Program, Lawrence School of Technology, Michigan, USA. Before that, I would like to read out morning plenary session agenda. First, opening plenary by our moderator, Mr. Antares Firman, SE, Master of Professional Accountancy, lecturer in Accounting Department Program. Continue by speaker introduction and presentation. And continue with Q&A. The audience has the opportunity to be involved in the question and answer session. If you have a question, please ask on our Zoom chat box. Moreover, the committee has provided one prizes for the selected questionnaires. Lastly, token of appreciation for speaker as well as photo session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Antares Firman. Mr. Antares, time is yours.
Thank you, Marsha. Good morning and good evening to everyone, honorable guests, speakers, presenters, and participants of the 5th International Seminar on Business, Economic, Social, and Technology, Universitas Terbuka. We wish you all the very good health. As mentioned by the MC, my name is Antares Firman, and allow me to guide this plenary session. So for the first plenary sessions, we will have 4 lectures overall. There will be 2 plenary sessions. For the first plenary sessions will be delivered by Professor Dr. Ahad Ali. He is the Director of IEOM, Industrial Engineering and Operation Management Society International, and he'll be joining us from Michigan. And the second plenary sessions will be given by Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, a professor of accounting at Essex Business School, and he'll be joining us from United Kingdom. And the next lecture will be given by Professor Roman Klimko, PhD, from University of Economics in Bratislava, the Faculty of National Economy, and he'll be joining us from Slovakia. The last lecture will be given by Erno de Koot from PLLL US organizations, and he'll be joining us from Rotterdam, the Netherlands. And please allow me to greet from Indonesia to all four speakers, Professor Ahad Ali, Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, Professor Roman Klimko, PhD, and Erno de Koot, MSc. We are very grateful that all of you are able to give a live presentation today, and we wish you all a very good health. So one note to our audience before we move on the first lectures is to prepare the questions for the Q&A sessions that will be held after the end of each plenary sessions. And you can put or type the questions in the chat box. And don't forget to put your identity in the questions and to whom the question is asked for. Also, one important note is that to all audiences, is not allowed to put any mark without the committee permissions during speakers' presentations. And if possible to all speakers to choose the menu of disable a note to prevent such things. So now we will have the first lectures for the first plenary sessions from Professor Dr. Ahad Ali. And before the presentations, allow me to read the brief CV of Professor Dr. Ahad Ali. Dr. Ahad Ali is an associate professor and director of Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering and Master of Science in Industrial Engineering in the A. Leon Linton Department of Mechanical Engineering at the Lawrence Technological University, Michigan. And he is also the director of Smart Manufacturing and Lean System Research Group. He earned BS in Mechanical Engineering from Khulna University of Engineering and Technology, Bangladesh, Master in System and Engineering Management from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and PhD in Industrial Engineering from University Wisconsin, Milwaukee. And Dr. Ali has published several journals and conference papers as well. He was the president of IIE Lean Division. Dr. Ali has done research projects with Chrysler, Ford, DTA Energy, Delphi Automotive System, GE Medical System, Harley-Davidson Motor Company, International Truck and Engine Corporations, and still many more. And his research interests include quality, reliability, Six Sigma, manufacturing, simulation, optimization, scheduling, maintenance, e-manufacturing. And so, Professor Dr. Ahad Ali, without further ado, you may start the 20 minutes presentations now.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Professor Firman. I appreciate it, and thank you for the organizer for inviting me and allowing me sharing my talk here. So, yeah, you mentioned I'll have 20 minutes, so I'll try to finish my presentation in 20 minutes. So let me share my presentation. I hope you can see it, right? Can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Okay, again, thank you, Universitas Terbuka Indonesia for inviting me for their international seminar on business, economics, social science, and technology. And this is my great pleasure to share with you. So I'll be talking a little bit Industry 4.0, industry transformation, a little bit innovation, how the whole thing will talk about the business, economics, and technology together. So all of you know that we have the fourth industrial revolution, where we are using a lot of smart integration, that's cyber physical system. Previously, we had automation. Then previous that we have the mass production, and then we started in the mechanical system in the earliest stage. That was the first revolution. So normally for industry 4.0, or you can say technology transformation, you could see that how the technology was running. Like if we think about that, about 20 years or 30 years back, we did not have the smartphone. We did not have the internet with the phone. Now whole world in our hand. So because of that, we are getting all kind of different integration in the business integration, e-commerce. So here we have so that's the reason we have the big data, data analytics, we have the augmented reality, cyber security, IoT, simulation integration, robotic, all kind of technology transfer becoming. And you could say that two parts of this. One part is from engineering side, production side, and business side. You could see that if we want to talk about the technology transformation, you need to think about that most of the businesses, 70% businesses created by engineers. And then business school, management school, they are managing those business created by 30%. So we need to realize that when we bring a new technology, or how we are asking our student or your researchers that they'll come up with the new technologies into the market. So you need to know engineering, production, and business together. Then that's why you can see at the end it is coming for the digital technologies. So digital technology will be engineering, production, and the business, social science, customers, all together. You have to deal. Otherwise, you cannot lift up one to other. Otherwise, you would not be able to compete into the marketplace. So in the top 10 skill relevant in Industry 4.0 is complex problem solving, creativity, critical thinking, people management, emotional intelligence, the judgment, decision, flexibility, negotiation, service orientation. You could see these topics is not related to engineering or production, or is it not even in the business alone itself. It is kind of multi-nature. Like when we got the smart technology, smartphone, it's coming from engineering, design, coming from the production, and then business. Then you have to get the customer's feedback, and customer would like or not, how we are going to market it. So how we are solving the complex problem into the real world, and the day-to-day activity, that complex problem, if you cannot solve it, you cannot compete into the world market. So what we learn in different kind of tool, either in business management, supply chain, logistics, IT, industrial engineering, many other topics, subtopics. And then when the industry is coming up with the new direction, how these tools are changing, are going to use the traditional tools. Is the student learning all the old tool, old style, old kind of techniques they're learning in the classroom, but when they go to the industry, they have the different kind of platform. So industries are changing. Are we changing our educational system same way? Or older professors, they want to keep the old way teaching, and new generation, they want to teach it, and then they cannot find the new curriculum. So this is kind of debate, and then how much skills they have. Like how many PhD faculties, if you go Indonesia there, I'm glad to know that so many universities are doing pretty good, but if you see that their faculty, some professors, some associate professors, some lecturers, senior lecturer, how many of them they have the PhDs or the research capability international level? So because they will carry out the digital transformation, but if we don't have, if we just use the buzzword, but if we cannot implement it, that would be the very critical thing. I was involved here in Automation Alley, that technology in industry report in 2019, 18, 19, and 20. So they're writing including what is the main status of the main category. So we talk about first thing, you could see that according to World Economic Forum, 60% of children entering primary school today will ultimately end up working in completely new job types that do not exist. Think about whatever we are teaching our kids at the beginning or even the college level, and they're seeing the different kind of job in the marketplace. So how they will be coping with that situation. So you can see and sometimes we call disruptive technology when this new technologies is coming and old technology is going, like when Uber is coming, then most of the taxi businesses is gone in USA, in many other countries, and some countries telling, oh, you cannot use the Uber technologies or Lyft technologies because you are killing other industries. Same thing you can see when Amazon came, then Borders and many other companies are gone. There are so many examples. So one example, if you have that another CNC we had when that America was dominating, and then when automation came, Germany and Japan took it over, and now we are adding the smart technologies with Industry 4.0, then who will be taking lead? And we're talking about the EV, electric vehicle integration, and how the electric vehicle will change the whole world. Like here, Tesla, they're doing pretty good. Now GM, Ford, Stellantis here, they're trying to see how that would impact the global marketplace in longer run. Is that Indonesia is part of the EV technology. They are coming with the new electric car. So I'll talk a little bit about the brand later. That's you have the Malaysia, they have the Porton Saga. If Japan, you can see they have so many brands, but Japan, they don't have the customers. But Indonesia, you have the population, you have the workforce, everything. But why we cannot make the any car brand and then you can sell it the globally? Just we are trying to produce foreign cars only. So you can see if the EV would be much easier because car is very simple now. Previously, when you have the, if you have the electric vehicle, you don't have complex IC engine, all kind of thing. It is simpler. So now maybe Indonesia will join part of that technology transformation. So they could come up with the brand and itself they are, Indonesia itself is a big market in the different island, all kind of things. So lack of skill qualified workforce in the smart tech integration would be critical. So you can see when you're trying to transform our businesses or the technologies or the ITs. So how much the Indonesian community getting involved with this transformation? We don't just talk. Can we do real implementation? Can they work with all the electronics industry? I was in Singapore, all the electronics industry. If we think about Taiwan, they have all the electronic industries. How much electronics industry won by Indonesian, and they are part of the supplying all over the world. The cars have 30,000 parts. How many parts in Indonesia producing and supplying all over the world, or just doing the garments, other things? You can see when we are doing the transformation, all kind of things. Previous speaker was speaking, I was listening a little bit at the government policy, others helping us, but in the you are over there, so you can understand. So how we can have the many aspects, how Indonesia could come up with those in the new marketplace. So one is IoT. So when you integrate the car with the different kind of sensor, do the prediction, all kind of things you do, then how much IoT involvement integration our students, our researchers, or our industry practitioners, they can include into their any kind of product, that IoT integration, the sensor, actuator, all kind of integration. We don't, in Lawrence Tech, we talk about theory and practice. If we just talk about it, but if we don't implement in the class, research environment, they will not be able to integrate that IoT. So that kind of technologies transformation, the students and the practitioners, they should know that real part. So when we adding all that IoT, the smart integration, now we are collecting a lot of data. So how are you going to manage the big data? prediction algorithm, artificial intelligence, those are becoming so critical in the new marketplace. So again, I don't want to talk just, oh, this is the data, you can have the Excel chart or the Minitab chart, SPSS. I'm not talking about that. Can we get that data, use the pattern recognition, genetic algorithm, neural network, all kind of thing. If we see the washing machine, they have the fuzzy neural system in the control system. Can they develop that kind of AI related machine learning control system? So when we have that, so I can talk a lot on the big data, but that's kind of thing. So again, we don't want to teach just how they have the data and do different kind of representation, but can we develop core algorithm and student can transform it? So it's not just basic display, but we have to develop the basic optimization, basic learning mechanism, that kind of machine learning or AI. Then when we have all the data, then we cannot store into the computer because it's a large amount of data. So then we are using the cloud computing transformation or distributed computing. So like you have a plant in Indonesia, in Jakarta, plant in Bali, or plant could be Sumatra or different region, and then how they are sharing plant to plant, or it is all isolated. Can we have the different platform working together as a big platform? And you can see this, some big companies, they are doing that integration like SAP, Oracle, but small company, do they have access to that kind of platform so they can integrate with the big companies, that they can integrate with the global platform, the international businesses they can do. Then when we put our data into the workplace, in the global marketplace, like in iCloud, and then how we can do the cyber security becoming critical because somebody can hack and they can take your IP, intellectual property. So you need to know how to know the cyber security is the critical one, that nobody is stealing the data and sending to anywhere. And we talk about the automation, robotics, automation, integration, manufacturing execution system becoming critical. So robot will not bring, so there is a fear that, oh, if we bring the robot, how people will get the job. But when you are bringing the robot, you need more people to manage the robot. But the skill set is different because no more operator doing the manual work, now robot is doing, so you have to program the robot, you have to schedule the robot, you have to maintain the robot. If there is any problem or not working, you have to fix it. So it's not an easy thing. So they're making much more production. How do you manage the quality of those? So you'll be hiring more people, but with the high skill sets into the collaborative robots, simple robots. So how many students know they can program the robot? They can program the CNC machine, the GD code. So the real thing, because most of the time I see globally, because I travel around the world for IOM, so they talk about it, but they don't do the hands-on. So they know the theory, but can they practice? You have the small robot, go ahead and program it and run it. They have a small CNC machine, tabletop CNC machine. Can you program it and run it? All kind of operation that all students who are related in the field, those kind of things, they can do it. So that's kind of thing we are talking about, the peer-to-peer, machine-to-machine, vehicle-to-vehicle communication. I was involved with part of the report, the simulation part, modeling, simulation, visualization part. So like for the digital twin, like Siemens NX or the CATIA, or if we go for you have a simulation of the plant and simulation of the workplace or logistics system. Can real system interact with the simulation? That kind of thing, digital twin, we would be talking. In the digital economy matters, understand the convenience and consumer experience when a brand offers service, communication, information completely online. So think about how we are getting the stakeholder, like going to come up with a product, but we did not talk to the stakeholder, customer, related supplier, manufacturer. So you have to get in their opinion. Business harness the power of the digital economy. So you can see digital thing, if we add the digital component, e-commerce, integration of the credit card, PayPal, all kind of thing, how the value will be added into the business. or it is very expensive, that's why they are not getting it. And some big stores or some big chain store, big companies, they are using it. But a small company or a small store, do they have that credit card or the online payment system option? They can go it because they see this is too much complicated and too much platform needed, computer, all kind of thing. Digital transformation has also provided easier way for business to interact with consumers. So you can easily reach to the consumer that way. And then pressure for business to innovate with new product. So because companies coming with new product, how are we competing with those? Time saving and efficiency. So people are not waiting. You can see how frequently the version of the phone, version of the computer, the life cycle is changing less than one year. So can you compete with that competitors that you can do? Business decision process, e-commerce business have been pushed to enhance all the areas we are working on. To become a digital friendly and business may need focus on payment system, marketing campaign. So you are not talking about the stock or phone. So you have the online marketing platform, like you're talking about big data, machine learning, AI, all those things, how we are using in the business platform. If we talk about logistics 4.0, if we see the Singapore, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, they're the logistics hub. If we see, we want to get who's one, is Jakarta, is Bali, or any other, the Sumatra, all where we have that kind of similar logistics hub. Last mile logistics. When you get the part that how efficient is the logistics system, we have the traffic, all kind of things. I was talking about the educational level, having a minimum PhD degree for teaching faculty. That would be great impact how much they're learning. But if you are putting a junior lecturer having bachelor or master degree, how much word knowledge they have, they can share with the student. That is critical. Are we producing that many? Or how many of them they are getting the PhD degree globally and coming back and teaching there? So you have the diverse PhD. Is all coming from UK or from Japan or from Singapore, or for how many coming from USA or many other or Brazil. So how much global diversity education here? So that's why I'm talking about the global level education, research output. When coming to the research output, you'll see the level of research. So we receive so many papers from Indonesia. We are glad to have so many participants for IIM conferences. But when you see the research output, some are really good. If you see ITB, University of Indonesia, ITS, some of the schools and UNS, some of the schools, they are producing good paper, and some of the schools, they are struggling. Even they don't know to do the right formatting. So you can see if you want to do the digital transformation, all kind of things, you have to work in all direction. And as I mentioned, online transaction, not just in the city, because you have the phone, now you can easily integrate in many things, but still the business will be finding difficulties to adding those integration. So I want to briefly talk, I don't know, I don't have that much time left. So innovation. So you can see Kodaks are no longer using any more films, everybody using the digital phone. So you can see when we had the Samsung, the BlackBerry, 95% people are using BlackBerry for a smartphone. So now they did not transfer to the touch screen. So that company is gone, BlackBerry, and then now Apple, Samsung, they're taking it over. So there are so many examples going on how we are transforming the business with the digital motivation. You can see that Google was created by a few Stanford students in garage trying to develop a search engine. And then you can see how big is the company right now. So is there your student have the capability so they can try to open a business while they're trying to have some kind of incubation facility into the system so they can do it. How is it to open a business and operate it? And as talking about Indonesian brand for car, electronics, clothes, other things. So are we just serving to the world, not just our own brand? And incubation should be encouraged into the business discipline. So I'm going to share, this is my lab, Siemens Electromagnetic Lab, Industrial Engineering Lab. We have the collaborative robot assembly line, so students can program the robot, program the line, and maintain it. So those kind of things we have the different. So how much we are giving the practice, theory and practice together. Again, I'll emphasize. Then we have the sponsors. So how are you going to bring industry in the educational platform? Industry integration is needed because that's the we can have the student or researcher prepare for the real world. So in the IM, we have IM student chapter. So how do we try to do? So they're learning the tools as well as the communication, team building skill, competition. So they can communicate. So that when they just learn, when you put into the asking to the people, go and talk to other people, they're very shy. They don't want to talk. They cannot work in a group. So you have the good GPA and then you have the also other skills. That's IM is helping. So in IM, we have the North American annual conference will be in Manila 2023. Then we have North America conference in 2023 in Houston, then European in Lisbon, Africa in Zambia, South America, Lima, and Australian one in Sydney in December. And we have other conference, India, Asia Pacific in Vietnam. So some of your students can join and meet with many other. And many of the conferences, we have 40, 50 countries coming. If they go, they can interact with each other, so that way they can enrich. And so we have the many student chapter from 53 countries, and we do like conference like this. We did in Bangkok in 2019 before COVID, and we are starting in Manila this time in March 2023. I hope some of your faculty and student and your university executive, they can join. Like this will be our kind of dinner event. This was in the JW Marriott. We are doing in Hilton Hotel in Manila. So hope you'll join. So that's I wanted to share with you. So get some global experience for your student, global experience for your businesses, that kind of thing you can prepare. And the digital transformation need in all direction. So technology, business, operation, data analysis, but give the student or the industry practitioner theory and practice together. That way we can add a lot of value and how we can join in the global competitions. So think you're just not serving, you're coming up with your own brand and that will enrich your Indonesian economy and the long term. But again, it is really tough to get those kind of innovation, brand, and then struggling and government and university can work together for those kind of things. Thank you so much. And I appreciate for any question or comment.
Thank you very much. That was a very insightful presentation, and we are very grateful and happy that you present here as well. And I may aware that probably it's already midnight there, and it is a very
I hear almost 12 o'clock. That's okay. Don't worry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And it is a very comprehensive lecture, and which I believe that it may require more than 20 minutes to sufficiently deliver such a very interesting topic. So we hope that it will be possible for us, lecturers and scientists from Universitas Terbuka, to have a further discussion with you, if you don't mind. And I did write some keynotes that how the disruptive technology are forcing the development of new business models. And however, in the fact that we are still lack of skilled, qualified workforce with this smart integrations, and how to equip our students to have the competency in solving complex problems to face the future challenge. So thank you for Professor. So I think we now enter the plenary discussions, and for all the chat that we've gathered, we will select only one question only. And we apologize that not all the questions will be delivered to the speakers. So the IT, can you please spotlight the questions? Okay. Can we spot the question? Okay. Okay, I think I'm just gonna read out the questions from the chat box I will choose. from Eka Wirajuang Daurahma. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the question from Suhendri. Good morning, Prof. Suhendri from the University Muhammadiyah Jakarta asks, what students the world of work in Indonesia in particular, and for what college students should prepare to fit the world of work? Thank you. You answer the question. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, this is a great question, and you know, you're learning in the university of the first year, you learn maybe basic science, chemistry. I'm talking about engineering or business because I know also business curriculum little bit part of the here. My wife was doing at the beginning business management, and then I did engineering. Later, my wife finished in technology management, and I did my PhD. My daughter going University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and so what we learn in the classroom, can we apply in the real life? Yeah, we'll learn some fundamentals. That's for sure. First year, second year, third year. So what I do in my classes, that I'm giving personal experiences, the core classes, core classes, or business management core classes, we bring a lot of real life projects where a student can see what kind of tools they are using in the real life. So we try to teach those tools into the educational platform, educational institution, so that we might have some special courses or elective courses or some changing some curriculum, bringing some new topics. So if they see that whatever they're learning, students are using in the real life. Like in the lab, I have the robot, conveyor line, those are the real life conveyor lines, so student can learn. So this same thing can be applied. Can a student learn SAP Oracle if they're doing the ERP? Can like data analytics, other thing, MIS, those kind of thing. Can they use the program, the ERP system, or manage the ERP system, the integration, that kind of thing they should be learning in the workplace, in the educational institution, that will be helpful. As well as when we are going to the work, we will be working with many people, interacting with many companies. Are we confident or competent to talk to them with based on their knowledge? So some you learn online in education. You know, students, or particularly new generation, is spending so much time on the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all kind of thing. Looking around, are they spending the educational 4-year, 5-year time so they can see what real people are using it? The smart integration, can you develop the app? Can you develop a small system? That would be helpful. So you need to know that the professor, educational institution, or itself you, instead of looking all the friends, what they are doing, what's going on around the world, but can you learning that what tools they are using that you can learn by yourself? There are so many online courses from Australia, from MIT, Stanford, some of the most those are free courses. So you can learn some of those tools or some of those certificates, but make sure that you are learning those tools either in the classrooms or the voluntarily, that you can prepare and for the workplace. So you are ready for the workforce. That kind of thing we emphasize. And if we do like many real life projects, not just case studies. Oh, somebody did a success story, they are doing the case. No. Can you do a real life project, collecting some data, and with the internet, Facebook, all kind of thing, LinkedIn, so you can collect the data. So that kind of thing, how many friends do we have in LinkedIn? So like you, so that you'll be ready to do the job. So that kind of thing you need to prepare. And this is a bigger discussion. And this is one of the best topic for me, that how we can prepare a student for the real life workplace. And that's most of my students, they get a good job because we teach those kind of project-based study. So they can see what is real life. And that's why student industry hiring my student. So that kind of thing. And I want to mention that if later sometime, if you have the one-to-one session with the students, and sometimes I'd be happy to do some of those, give some project based, leading some project and see how industry 4.0 smart integration, innovation, incubation, all kind of thing. And that is kind of open platforms. The students should be learning and doing the project and then getting some more global exposure. If you don't know the global market, how we can participate in the global business transformation? So at the end, I want to say that we should learn in the classroom and sometimes outside the classroom using the workshop, certificate, online courses, all kind of things. So that you are ready, you can see based on your watching graduate last 4 or 5 years who are working in the industry, what kind of tools they need. Are they learning those tools into them while they're in education? So that's kind in university can offer also some courses, online courses, like workshop. And some of those things we may not integrate into the curriculum. That's why I did the many workshop in my institution part of industrial engineering. So that student learn. So some of them are not a part of the curriculum. So it could be learning part of the IUM student chapter, doing those kind of activities. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's always been interesting talking about digital transformations. And now we have finished with the Q&A sessions, and we can give a big round virtual applause in the Zoom menu to Professor Dr. Ahad Ali. And as always, we hope that as committee and audience, we still can have a further scientific discussions by other means of communication, such email and etc. And next to all participants, please turn the video on and make sure all of us is using the same virtual background because we will have a photo session. And don't forget to wave our hands to the camera that we are present in this virtual conference and give a big smile. Thank you very much. And that concludes the first plenary sessions. Professor Dr. Ahad Ali, please remain in this live sessions as we will present a token of appreciations in the form of e-certificate. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Ahad Ali, and we wish you all of us a good health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
We
you.
are very welcome.
Thank you so much indeed.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Professor
Yeah.
Ahad Ali, before you left, we could take a picture together. Okay, take a picture together with all participants. Okay, everybody smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next slide. Okay. Thank you, Professor Ahad Ali, for today's presentation. What a great presentation. And for the participants who already asked before on the chat box, if your question has not been read out in this session, you can still have a question until the break. We have afternoon session. You can have a question after the break later. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is parallel session. On behalf of the committee team, for identification reason, please make sure all presenters, moderators to use full name, and please check our program book to make sure you have a right breakout rooms. Make sure you already have information about your breakout room, and please check and click the breakout room below your screen on the Zoom. Bagi para peserta, moderator, pastikan Anda untuk mengklik breakout room di bawah layar Anda dan pastikan breakout room yang Anda klik adalah breakout yang benar. Apabila para peserta belum mendapatkan informasi, silakan cek program book ISBEST. an hour, and we will be back on 1 p.m. to continue our agenda for this afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please immediately check the breakout room. Thank you. See you at 1 p.m.
At Universitas Terbuka, tradition and innovation go hand in hand. As the first distance education institution in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was established to provide access to higher education for all Indonesians living across the country. Financial and geographical issues, as well as infrastructure challenges, were among the background to establish a massive open education system. Development of higher quality and more efficient infrastructure has significantly driven Universitas Terbuka to move forward. The development of user-friendly technology and the spread of mobile technology in rural areas have made a dramatic impact on the features of services and the characteristics of students. Having been promoted as the Cyber University of Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has entered the new era of Industrial Revolution 4.0 by increasing the quality of learning services, infrastructures, and human resources. In doing so, Universitas Terbuka fosters and maintains effective strategic partnerships with domestic and foreign institutions. As a pioneer of distance learning in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka was appointed to lead the establishment of the Indonesia Institute of Cyber Education, or ICE Institute. This institution is a regulatory agency to set standards in the distance learning. Recent improvements were carried out to provide meaningful learning services and opportunities, which include year-round registration system, pre-seasonal programs, learning clinic, modern curriculum design, enriched learning materials, interactive digital learning materials, guided e-learning that includes online tutorials, web-based tutorials, e-lecturing and e-seminar, online examination and online proctoring, employability skills training, and improve quality assurance system. The main goal of the initiative is to improve student academic performance. Universitas Terbuka believes that constant regulatory and technological changes have created an increased focus on effective governance and quality. External reviewers and auditors, including the International Council for Open and Distance Education, ICDE, are frequently invited to provide an independent and high level of rigorous scrutiny to all aspects. In addition, through continuous research and innovation, on its way to advocate for the global open education movement, Universitas Terbuka will become a globally respected open distance learning institution.
Universitas Terbuka atau lebih dikenal dengan sebutan UT merupakan pelopor pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh yang keberadaannya diresmikan sejak tahun 1984. UT mengelola sejumlah mahasiswa yang tersebar di seluruh wilayah NKRI. Pada tahun 2021 ini, jumlah mahasiswa 312.325 orang. Mereka berada di 515 kabupaten dan kota di Indonesia, serta di 48 negara. Layanan administrasi maupun akademik diberikan oleh UT melalui kantor-kantor yang berada di 34 provinsi. Jumlah seluruh kantor UT adalah 39 kantor, ditambah 1 unit pengelolaan layanan luar negeri yang berada di kantor pusat yang terletak di Pondok Cabe, Tangerang Selatan, Provinsi Banten. Kantor UT Pusat mulai dibangun pada tahun 1985, memiliki luas lahan sebesar 16 hektar. Di atas lahan tersebut dibangun sebanyak 18 gedung yang menjalankan seluruh aktivitas administrasi dan akademik. Di samping itu, 70% lahan digunakan untuk ruang-ruang terbuka yang terdiri dari danau, taman, dan arboretum serta ruang terbuka. Danau UT sengaja dibuat dan difungsikan untuk menyimpan air resapan untuk menghindari kekeringan di saat kemarau dan mencegah banjir di saat musim penghujan. Para dosen dan pegawai memanfaatkan waktu sebelum atau sesudah bekerja untuk berjalan berkeliling di sekitar danau demi menjaga kesehatan dan kebugaran tubuh. Ada kalanya lokasi sekitar danau digunakan pula sebagai tempat berkumpul seluruh pegawai UT bersama masyarakat sekitar berkegiatan memancing dalam rangka Dies Natalis dan sebagainya. Di taman dan ruang-ruang terbuka terdapat pula koleksi tanaman langka yang dibawa oleh mahasiswa dari daerah masing-masing dan ditanam oleh mahasiswa bersama-sama rektor, dosen, dan para karyawan. UT sudah menjadi peserta UI Green Metric sejak tahun 2011. Saat itu, UT masuk dalam peringkat 113 dari 178 perguruan tinggi peserta peringkat dunia. Berbagai upaya telah dilakukan dalam mewujudkan UT Green University. Salah satu yang berhasil dilaksanakan adalah adanya perubahan perilaku sivitas akademika UT dalam menjaga lingkungan. Hal ini ditunjukkan dari adanya beberapa penerapan seperti penghematan energi yang sudah dilakukan melalui hal-hal kecil seperti mematikan lampu dan perangkat elektronik di ruangan yang tidak terpakai, penggunaan solar cell pada lampu jalan, mengurangi penggunaan kertas dan plastik dalam kegiatan kantor. Selain itu, UT menerapkan pengelolaan sampah gedung melalui pemilahan sampah dengan menyediakan 3 macam jenis tempat sampah. Sementara untuk di luar gedung disediakan 2 jenis tempat sampah. Adapun sampah organik seperti daun-daun dan ranting pohon diolah menjadi kompos, kemudian digunakan kembali sebagai pupuk tanaman. Upaya lainnya yang dilakukan UT dalam rangka mengurangi polusi di sekitar kantor UT dan hemat bahan bakar adalah dengan meminimalkan penggunaan mobil pribadi oleh para dosen dan pegawai. Untuk itu, pimpinan UT menyediakan bus dan mobil listrik, serta menyediakan jalur pedestrian yang nyaman untuk berjalan kaki. Upaya lain dalam mewujudkan UT sebagai Green University memfokuskan salah satu tema program pengabdian kepada masyarakatnya pada kepedulian terhadap pelestarian lingkungan. Sustainable Development Goals atau SDGs telah mencanangkan 17 sasaran. Salah satunya adalah tercapainya kualitas pendidikan yang mengantisipasi disrupsi akibat pandemi COVID-19. Sejalan dengan itu, UT telah melakukan berbagai terobosan dan perubahan yang sangat berarti dalam memberi layanan yang optimal bagi mahasiswa melalui transformasi digital untuk tata kelola, layanan akademik dan administrasi, dan sistem pembelajaran. Seperti tutorial online, tutorial melalui webinar, e-lecturing, sistem bahan ajar interaktif, ruang baca virtual, sistem ujian online, dan online proctoring. Pada sistem pendidikan jarak jauh, seluruh aktivitas dan perangkat pembelajaran dapat diakses dan dijangkau oleh seluruh mahasiswa, bahkan oleh masyarakat dimanapun berada.
Universitas terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Pada akhir tahun 2021, Universitas Terbuka memperoleh persetujuan menjadi PTN Badan Hukum dari Mendikbudristek RI melalui surat nomor 0835/EE3/KB00/2021 tertanggal 7 Desember 2021 tentang persetujuan Universitas Terbuka menjadi PTN Badan Hukum. Selamat datang di Universitas Terbuka, perguruan tinggi negeri ke-45 di Indonesia. Universitas Terbuka sudah mengabdi untuk merealisasikan misi pemerintah dalam hal pemerataan akses ke perguruan tinggi bagi seluruh warga masyarakat. Dengan demikian, UT ikut serta meningkatkan daya tampung perguruan tinggi negeri dengan jangkauan layanan di 515 kabupaten kota di Indonesia dan layanan di lebih dari 50 negara. UT memiliki 39 kantor unit program belajar jarak jauh atau UPBJJ dan 1 pusat layanan untuk mahasiswa luar negeri.
Reformasi pendidikan Indonesia melalui kebijakan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka selaras dengan visi dan misi UT, yaitu mewujudkan pemerataan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas seluas-luasnya bagi masyarakat. Melalui Kampus Merdeka, mahasiswa diharapkan memperoleh pengalaman kontekstual lapangan yang dapat meningkatkan kompetensi mereka secara utuh, siap kerja, atau menciptakan lapangan kerja baru.
Universitas Terbuka sudah memiliki fondasi yang kuat dalam memanfaatkan digital learning. Fondasi ini harus terus dikembangkan untuk memfasilitasi penguasaan mahasiswa dan para dosen terhadap industri teknologi masa depan.
Sebagai bentuk nyata dalam mewujudkan pendidikan untuk semua dan mendorong wajib sampai kuliah, Universitas Terbuka telah melakukan berbagai terobosan sehingga mampu beradaptasi di era kebiasaan baru agar dapat mencetak lulusan berkarakter dan berdaya saing global dengan memanfaatkan teknologi terkini, beragam fasilitas belajar, baik yang sinkronus maupun yang asinkronus dikembangkan dengan melibatkan pakar-pakar teknologi pendidikan dan media di tanah air. UT terus berupaya membangun sumber daya manusia unggul melalui digital learning ecosystem. Berbagai produk inovasi yang memanfaatkan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terus dikembangkan. UT seringkali dijadikan kiblat oleh para mitra dalam pemanfaatan kemajuan teknologi dalam bidang pembelajaran. Beberapa inovasi yang dihasilkan UT pada bidang akademik diantaranya 1. Workshop tugas atau assignment workshop dan klinik ujian merupakan kegiatan layanan untuk membangun kesiapan serta keberhasilan mahasiswa dalam mengerjakan tugas dan menghadapi ujian. 2. Implementasi kebijakan Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. 3. Penyediaan aplikasi pemantauan kegiatan pembinaan, minat, bakat, dan kreativitas mahasiswa. Untuk meningkatkan kualitas dan daya jangkau layanan, UT bekerja sama dengan mitra mendirikan Sentra Layanan Universitas Terbuka atau SALUT. SALUT memfasilitasi kebutuhan layanan teknis, baik berupa layanan administrasi akademik, layanan akademik, maupun layanan informasi lainnya, khususnya untuk mahasiswa UT dan masyarakat umum. Sampai dengan tahun 2021, jumlah SALUT kerjasama mitra berjumlah 46, dan 1 SALUT yang dimiliki oleh UT yang berada di Tanjung Pandan. Untuk mengukur kepuasan pelanggan, UT menyediakan aplikasi Sistem Informasi Survei Kepuasan Pelanggan atau SISUPEL di setiap front desk, baik di kantor pusat maupun di UPBJJ UT yang juga sudah terintegrasi ke dalam layanan Halo UT. UT terus meningkatkan sarana dan prasarana untuk meningkatkan kualitas layanan. Saat ini, UT tengah membangun gedung Profesor Setiadi di UT Pusat, pembangunan gedung UPBJJ UT Denpasar, Makassar, Palembang, Tarakan, Surabaya, Palu, Mataram, serta melengkapi fasilitas untuk Smart Campus di beberapa UPBJJ. Sebagai pionir perguruan tinggi jarak jauh, pengakuan masyarakat terhadap UT dibuktikan dengan beberapa prestasi, yaitu sebanyak 9.436 alumni Universitas Terbuka lolos pada CPNS 2020. Pemerolehan sertifikasi ISO 9001-2008 di 37 UPBJJ dan sertifikasi ISO 9001-2015 untuk 5 unit di UT Pusat. Pemerolehan Quality Certificate dari International Council for Open and Education atau ICDE untuk keempat kalinya.
UT menjangkau yang mudah terjangkau.
Teman-teman mahasiswa Universitas Terbuka seperti yang tadi saya sampaikan, lebih bisa terbuka lagi sesuai dengan tempat kuliah kita. Universitas Terbuka mudah-mudahan membuka wawasan, membuka hati, membuka strategi, dan juga siap menerima tantangan secara terbuka dengan teman-teman dari lulusan universitas manapun yang tidak terbuka. Maksudnya yang tidak ada di UT. Oke.
Indonesia bangga memiliki universitas terbuka. Experience the Cyber University.
Datang di Universitas Terbuka. Kali ini aku akan mengajak kamu untuk virtual campus tour di Universitas Terbuka. Universitas Terbuka atau UT memiliki kantor pusat di Pondok Cabe, Tangerang Selatan, serta 39 unit program belajar jarak jauh atau UPBJJ yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Rangka mendukung layanan kepada mahasiswa, berbagai sarana dan prasarana dibangun dan terus ditingkatkan kualitasnya. Ayo kita mulai. Di kantor pusat, terdapat gedung fakultas yang merupakan jantung dari pengembangan produk akademik UT. Gedung fakultas telah dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana untuk mendukung kenyamanan bekerja. Terdapat 4 fakultas di Universitas Terbuka dan 1 sekolah pasca sarjana. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, dan Fakultas Ekonomi, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. Gedung fakultas memiliki sarana dan prasarana yang terstandar yang terdiri dari masing-masing fakultas menempati 2 lantai. 1 lantai diperuntukkan untuk ruang layanan mahasiswa, ruang konsultasi mahasiswa, ruang dekan, ruang wakil dekan, ruang kepala bagian tata usaha, ruang tenaga kependidikan, dan ruang sidang. Ruang sidang dilengkapi dengan fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dengan dosen yang tersebar di UPBJJ, serta ujian sidang untuk mahasiswa pasca sarjana. Ruang dosen menempati 1 lantai yang terdiri dari ruang sidang, ruang dosen, ruang ketua jurusan, dan ruang ketua program studi. Masing-masing lantai dilengkapi dengan ruang makan, musola, dan toilet yang nyaman dan bersih. Masing-masing dosen dan tenaga kependidikan memiliki kubikel sebagai ruang kerja. Kubikel ini berukuran 2 x 1,5 meter. Setiap kubikel dilengkapi dengan komputer yang telah terinstall Microsoft 365 yang berlisensi. Untuk mendukung layanan kepada mahasiswa, Universitas Terbuka juga memiliki beberapa sarana dan prasarana pendukung sebagai berikut. Pusat Produksi Multimedia merupakan unit pelaksana teknis yang bertugas untuk memproduksi bahan ajar. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan peralatan produksi materi-materi dalam bentuk video dan audio. Produksi materi cetak juga diproduksi di sini dengan menggunakan peralatan dan software terkini. Pusat Layanan Bahan Ajar merupakan unit pelaksana teknis yang bertugas untuk melakukan distribusi bahan ajar. Gedung ini dilengkapi sarana dan prasarana untuk menyimpan dan pengemasan bahan ajar dan bahan ujian. Pusat Layanan Pustaka atau Puslata. UPT Puslata melayani penyediaan bahan-bahan pustaka bagi mahasiswa dan dosen. Puslata mengelola penyediaan bahan-bahan pustaka baik dalam bentuk hard copy maupun koleksi digital. Koleksi digital yang dikelola melalui Perpustakaan Digital UT. Perpustakaan Digital UT menyediakan layanan akses bahan ajar melalui ruang baca virtual. Di sini juga dapat diakses berbagai sumber pembelajaran terbuka melalui Suaka UT dan sumber pustaka online lainnya seperti jurnal dan e-book. Pusat pengujian merupakan UPT yang memiliki tugas untuk melakukan pengelolaan bahan ujian dan hasil ujian. Gedung pusat pengujian dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana untuk melakukan pengelolaan bahan ujian. Bank Soal UT mengelola koleksi soal-soal yang digunakan untuk ujian akhir semester. Penyiapan master naskah ujian dilakukan di Bank Soal. Selanjutnya, penggandaan naskah ujian dilakukan di pusat percetakan dan kemudian didistribusikan ke seluruh Indonesia. Pusat pengujian juga mengordinasi pelaksanaan ujian online serta pemeriksaan hasil ujian secara online. Universitas Terbuka Convention Center merupakan fasilitas yang digunakan untuk menampung pertemuan dalam jumlah besar dan pelaksanaan wisuda mahasiswa. UTCC dilengkapi fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dengan UPBJJ di seluruh Indonesia. Di samping UTCC, UT juga memiliki fasilitas Wisma yang digunakan sebagai akomodasi untuk kegiatan yang mengundang pihak-pihak dari luar UT. Misalnya dalam rangka pengembangan bahan ajar, pengembangan bahan tutorial, dan pengembangan bahan ujian. UPBJJ sebagai ujung tombak layanan kepada mahasiswa dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas berikut. 1. Ruang pelayanan mahasiswa. 2. Ruang sumber belajar yang dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa untuk mengakses berbagai sumber pembelajaran online. 3. Ruang kepala UPBJJ. 4. Ruang kerja dosen dan ruang kerja tenaga kependidikan. 5. Ruang sidang yang dilengkapi dengan fasilitas video conference yang digunakan untuk rapat koordinasi dan pelaksanaan ujian sidang. 6. Ruang tutorial yang disediakan untuk memfasilitasi tutorial tatap muka yang dilaksanakan di UPBJJ. Dan 7. Ruang ujian online. Gimana? Seru kan virtual kampus tour-nya? Terima kasih sudah mengunjungi Universitas Terbuka. Sampai jumpa. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Membuka mata atas pentingnya pendidikan. Bagi seluruh generasi penerus bangsa, karena mereka memiliki hak yang sama untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang lebih tinggi. Tumbuh cerdas dengan ilmu pengetahuan dan budi pekerti, memperoleh kehidupan lebih baik di kemudian hari. Universitas Terbuka hadir mewujudkan beragam mimpi anak negeri dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara melalui PTJJ sesuai kebutuhan industri dan perkembangan teknologi.
Yaitu dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka merupakan pelopor perguruan tinggi jarak jauh PTJJ berkualitas dunia yang didukung tenaga pengajar profesional dan berpengalaman di bidang ilmu pengetahuannya yang selalu melakukan inovasi dalam menjawab tantangan dunia pendidikan, di antaranya dengan menerapkan digital learning ecosystem guna membangun sumber daya manusia unggul dan tangguh.
Hampir 4 dasawarsa UT mengabdi untuk bangsa. Universitas Terbuka mewujudkan pendidikan tinggi untuk semua.
Pengalaman panjang mengemban misi pendidikan yang merata bagi seluruh warga negara Indonesia telah mengukuhkan UT sebagai universitas negeri terpercaya seiring lulusan-lulusannya yang berhasil membaktikan ilmu dan pengetahuannya di dunia kerja baik profesional maupun wirausaha. Hingga tahun 2022, tercatat sebanyak 350.000 mahasiswa mengikuti jenjang pendidikan tinggi di universitas terbuka. Sebagai cyber university yang menerapkan teknologi for online education, Universitas Terbuka memiliki 4 fakultas, yaitu Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Hukum, Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi, serta Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Keberhasilan UT menjalankan sistem pendidikan jarak jauh ditandai dengan berbagai penghargaan yang diraih UT. Di antaranya terpilihnya Rektor Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Ojat Darojat sebagai Presiden Asian Association of Open Universities untuk periode 2020 hingga 2022. Dan secara konsisten, UT terus berinovasi memanfaatkan teknologi komunikasi dan informasi pada setiap program pengajarannya. Sebagai realisasi atas filosofi pendidikan sepanjang hayat atau lifelong learning, UT juga menghadirkan layanan program sertifikat dan layanan pendidikan gratis melalui pembelajaran terbuka atau Open Educational Resources serta kuliah gratis. Keterbatasan bukanlah penghalang bagi anak negeri untuk melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang lebih tinggi. Karena pendidikan sejatinya adalah hak asasi yang selayaknya mudah diperoleh hingga ke penjuru negeri. Inilah Universitas Terbuka yang senantiasa berpikiran maju dan terbuka dalam keberagaman.
Pendidikan tinggi bagi semua anak negeri.
Universitas Terbuka menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
dan kita adalah Garuda. Terbang tinggi menembus awan, membelah sabta pertala. Menaburkan inspirasi, asa, dan harapan bagi segenap anak bangsa. Demi masa depan yang lebih baik dan masa mendatang yang lebih gemilang. Bersama UT, Indonesia Maju.
Universitas terbuka.
Menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
Bangkit dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT PTNBH.
Welcome to Universitas Terbuka. Universitas Terbuka, or UTE, is the 45th State University of Indonesia, launched on September 4, 1984. The head office is located at Pondok Cabe, South Tangerang, and is spread over 16 hectares. As the central university campus, Universitas Terbuka emphasizes the importance of professional concept and advanced technology, while at the same time preserving green spaces and a natural environment. As a pioneer and innovator of distance higher education, Universitas Terbuka has 39 regional offices throughout Indonesia, and one dedicated for students living overseas. The adoption of a flexible learning system allows UTE students to learn wherever they are and whenever it suits them. UTE provides learning opportunities for all individuals to higher education. Universitas Terbuka provides high-speed broadband and dedicated workstations for its staff in order to serve its students in Indonesia and across the globe. UTE's head office is composed of several main units. These are the Information Communication Technology Unit. This is responsible for information and communication technology management, which involves network management systems and application development information, as well as communication technology. The Multimedia Development Center is responsible for content development for teaching through creating imagery, animation, audio, video production, and more. The Learning Material Distribution Center is responsible for managing all the daily activities of a centralized distribution center and warehouse. The library is responsible for the development, selection, and maintenance
UTE dan kita adalah Garuda. Terbang tinggi menembus awan, membelah sabta petala, menaburkan inspirasi, asa, dan harapan bagi segenap anak bangsa demi masa depan yang lebih baik dan masa mendatang yang lebih gemilang. Bersama UTE, Indonesia
The Rectorate Building contains the offices of the Rector and Vice Rectors. The Bureau of Finance, General Affairs and Partnership is responsible for carrying out financial affairs and the university's planning, administration and management. The Bureau of Student Administration and Planning takes care of academic and administrative services, including a contact center that serves the needs of students. The core teaching and learning functions of the university are conducted through 4 faculties. These faculties offer diploma, bachelor, master, and doctoral programs. These faculties are the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology, and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. At present, Universitas Terbuka has a student body of just over 350,000 from every corner of Indonesia and more than 50 other countries. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
yaitu dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Berdiri pada 4 September 1984, UT langsung berlari untuk menciptakan inovasi dan terobosan baru dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh di tanah air. Lahirnya UT membuktikan komitmen pemerintah untuk memeratakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas tanpa batas. Hampir 2 juta alumni UT tersebar di tanah air dan mancanegara dengan beragam profesi dan keahlian. Hal itu menunjukkan UT telah berhasil melaksanakan mandat pemerintah.
Universitas terbuka.
Kemajuan teknologi, perubahan kebutuhan masyarakat, tuntutan pemerintah menjadikan UT sebagai institusi pendidikan yang matang, kuat, dan visioner.
Dengan status baru sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri badan hukum atau PTNBH, UT tetap pada jati diri, yaitu menyediakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang terjangkau biayanya, terjamin kualitasnya, dan tersebar layak.
Status PTNBH ini membuat UT sejajar dengan PTN lain yang sudah lebih lama didirikan. Status ini juga membuat UT semakin otonom dalam pengelolaan akademik, tata kelola, pengelolaan keuangan dan aset, serta sumber daya manusia.
Bangkit dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT.
43 program pendidikan jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor yang ada saat ini dapat dikembangkan lebih cepat sesuai dengan permintaan dan kebutuhan masyarakat. Menyadari kompleksitas, pekerjaan, koordinasi, dan tuntutan akurasi yang sangat tinggi, UT mengembangkan berbagai aplikasi.
Semua aplikasi itu disatukan dalam digital learning ecosystem. Dengan selalu mendapatkan opini audit laporan.
Is located at Pondok Cabe, South Tangerang, and is spread over 16 hectares. As the Central University campus, Universitas Terbuka emphasizes the importance of professional concept and advanced technology, while at the same time preserving green spaces and a natural environment. As a pioneer and innovator of distance higher education, Universitas Terbuka has regional offices throughout Indonesia, and one dedicated for students living overseas. The adoption of a flexible learning system allows UT students to learn wherever they are and whenever it suits them. UT provides learning opportunities for all individuals to higher education. Universitas Terbuka provides high-speed broadband and dedicated workstations for its staff in order to serve its students in Indonesia and across the globe. UT's head office is composed of several main units. These are the Information Communication Technology Unit. This is responsible for information and communication technology management, which involves network management systems and application development information, as well as communication technology. The Multimedia Development Center is responsible for content development for teaching through creating imagery, animation, audio, video production, and more. The Learning Material Distribution Center is responsible for managing all the daily activities of a centralized distribution center and warehouse. The library is responsible for the development, selection, and maintenance of the learning material collection, and the ordering, processing, and cataloging of all library materials. The Examination Centre is responsible for the organisation and administration of examinations. The Rectorate building contains the offices of the Rector and Vice-Rectors. The Bureau of Finance, General Affairs and Partnership is responsible for carrying out financial affairs and the university's planning, administration and management. The Bureau of Student Administration and Planning takes care of academic and administrative services, including a contact centre that serves the needs of students. The core teaching and learning functions of the university are conducted through 4 faculties. These faculties offer diploma, bachelor, master and doctoral programs. These faculties are the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology, and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. At present, Universitas Terbuka has a student body of just over 350,000 from every corner of Indonesia and more than 50 other countries. Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
yaitu dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Berdiri pada 4 September 1984, UT langsung berlari untuk menciptakan inovasi dan terobosan baru dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh di tanah air. Lahirnya UT membuktikan komitmen pemerintah untuk memeratakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas tanpa batas. Hampir 2 juta alumni UT tersebar di tanah air dan mancanegara dengan beragam profesi dan keahlian. Hal itu menunjukkan UT telah berhasil melaksanakan mandat pemerintah. Kemajuan teknologi, perubahan kebutuhan masyarakat, tuntutan pemerintah, menjadikan UT sebagai institusi pendidikan yang matang, kuat, dan visioner.
Dengan status baru sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri Badan Hukum atau PTNBH, UT tetap pada jati dirinya, yaitu menyediakan akses pendidikan tinggi yang terjangkau biayanya, terjamin kualitasnya, dan tersebar layanannya.
Status PTNBH ini membuat UT sejajar dengan PTN lain yang sudah lebih lama didirikan. Status ini juga membuat UT semakin otonom dalam pengelolaan akademik, tata kelola, pengelolaan keuangan dan aset, serta sumber daya manusia. Empat 43 program pendidikan jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor yang ada saat ini dapat dikembangkan lebih cepat sesuai dengan permintaan dan kebutuhan masyarakat. Menyadari kompleksitas, pekerjaan, koordinasi, dan tuntutan akurasi yang sangat tinggi. UT mengembangkan berbagai aplikasi.
Semua aplikasi itu disatukan dalam digital learning ecosystem.
Dengan selalu mendapatkan opini audit laporan keuangan wajar tanpa pengecualian, UT senantiasa berkomitmen penuh untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi yang transparan, akuntabel, efektif, efisien, dan ekonomis.
UT menerapkan standar yang tinggi untuk bahan ajar, proses pembelajaran, dan asesmen hasil belajar. Dengan demikian, para mahasiswa dimanapun mereka berada diharapkan akan memiliki standar kompetensi minimal yang sama.
Jejaring kerjasama yang kuat membuat UT menjadi institusi yang semakin berkembang, maju, besar, dan terpercaya.
Bangkit dan maju bersama dalam tatanan baru UT PTNBH.
Kemajuan teknologi yang berkembang kini membuat kita makin mudah melakukan sesuatu dengan waktu yang lebih cepat. Salah satunya dalam hal sistem pembayaran. Menjawab tantangan zaman, Bank Indonesia mendesain dan menetapkan Quick Response Indonesia Standard atau disingkat KRIS. Agar sistem pembayaran dapat dilakukan secara cepat, aman, serta mempermudah komunikasi antar penerbit QR dan merchant. Dengan tagline unggul, diharapkan masyarakat lebih mudah dan fleksibel saat bertransaksi menggunakan KRIS. Unggul, universal, inklusif untuk seluruh lapisan masyarakat dan dapat digunakan di domestik dan luar negeri. Gampang, transaksi dilakukan dengan mudah dan aman dalam satu genggaman. Untung, efisien satu kode QR untuk semua aplikasi. Langsung, transaksi cepat dan seketika mendukung kelancaran sistem pembayaran. Cara menggunakan KRIS. Pilih dan buka aplikasi pembayaran yang diinginkan. Scan QR Code. Dan periksa nama merchant. Isi sesuai jumlah nominal. Dan lakukan pembayaran. Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia.
Halo Sobat, pernah nggak kalian ngalamin momen di mana saat mau transfer malah jadi galau karena mikirin biaya transfer antar banknya? Bagi sebagian orang yang butuh dana cepat, mungkin biaya transfer antar bank nggak terlalu jadi masalah. Apalagi kalau Sobat anak sultan. Tapi ada juga loh yang sampai usaha ekstra, rela jalan jauh, bahkan sampai naik angkot keliling kota demi mencari ATM yang banknya sama supaya nggak kena biaya transfer antar bank. Coba bayangin kalau transfernya ke 10 orang yang beda bank. Mending buat jajan boba kan? Tenang, nggak perlu gamang apalagi bimbang. Karena sejak Desember 2021 ada yang namanya BIFA Sobat. Jadi, ISBEST merupakan infrastruktur sistem pembayaran nasional yang dikembangkan oleh Bank Indonesia yang bertujuan untuk memfasilitasi transaksi pembayaran retail bagi masyarakat. Terus, apa aja kelebihan dari fitur ISBEST? Dengan ISBEST, kita bisa bertransaksi online antar bank secara real-time dan tersedia setiap saat. Jadi saat kita butuh dana cepat atau urgent, fitur seperti ini sangat membantu, apalagi dengan biaya transfer yang dikenakan maksimal Rp2.500 aja. Selain itu, ISBEST memberi kemudahan sobat melakukan transfer daring hanya dengan informasi nomor HP atau alamat email. Keren kan? Jadi ketolong deh bagi yang suka lupa sama nomor rekeningnya sendiri. Di tahap awal, ISBEST baru dapat diakses melalui kanal mobile, internet, maupun counter. Tapi, penerapan kanal layanan ISBEST ini tergantung kebijakan masing-masing peserta ya sobat. Ada juga yang hanya menyediakan layanan ISBEST melalui counter, jadi bisa dipastikan dulu kepesertaannya. Kedepannya, Bank Indonesia secara bertahap akan menggandeng lebih banyak peserta, baik bank maupun lembaga selain bank, agar bisa bertransaksi lewat kanal lainnya seperti kris, ATM, dan mesin edisi. Perlu diingat, ISBEST ini merupakan fitur layanan yang ditawarkan oleh bank yang sudah menjadi peserta. Jadi, bukan berarti semua layanan transfer antar bank itu otomatis turun jadi Rp2.500. Wah, makin gak sabar deh sama perkembangan teknologi sistem pembayaran. Semakin kesini, semakin efisien dan mempermudah kita semua. Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia. Kepikiran gak sih gimana proses transaksi digital itu berjalan? Cara pembayaran yang cepat dan efisien menjadi salah satu faktor yang bikin pelanggan jadi makin nyaman bertransaksi. Karena itu, jawaban untuk transaksi cepat dan efisien telah dihadirkan oleh Bank Indonesia sejak 1 Januari 2020, yaitu KRIS. KRIS atau Quick Response Code Indonesian Standard adalah standarisasi sistem pembayaran berbasis QR Code. Dengan adanya standarisasi ini, penyelenggara QR Code bisa saling terhubung dan sistem pembayaran pun jadi lebih efisien. Ibaratnya, semua bahasa QR yang berbeda-beda diterjemahkan menjadi satu QR standar yang bisa di-scan dengan berbagai aplikasi. Sebelum ada KRIS, merchant harus menyediakan ragam QR dari berbagai penyelenggara sistem pembayaran atau PJSP, di mana satu aplikasi PJSP hanya bisa membaca QR miliknya sendiri. Hal ini kurang efisien, karena merchant dan konsumen harus memiliki berbagai akun di berbagai PJSP. Setelah ada KRIS, merchant dan konsumen cukup memiliki satu QR dari PJSP yang sudah memakai KRIS, sehingga bisa di-scan oleh berbagai aplikasi PJSP yang konsumen miliki. Merchant cukup memiliki satu akun PJSP aja, jadi nggak ada lagi tuh kejadian di mana transaksi batal karena aplikasi QR milik konsumen berbeda dengan yang dimiliki merchant atau pedagang. Manfaat pakai KRIS yaitu nggak repot dengan uang kembalian, mengurangi risiko uang palsu, keamanan yang baik karena transaksi dilakukan melalui PJSP berizin, memudahkan pembukuan karena transaksi tercatat di aplikasi, murah dan universal karena merchant cukup memiliki satu akun yang bisa menerima pembayaran dari semua aplikasi PJSP. KRIS dibedakan menjadi dua jenis. Pertama, Merchant Presented Mode atau MPM statis dan dinamis. KRIS MPM statis yaitu satu QR Code yang sudah disediakan merchant dan tidak akan berganti untuk semua pelanggan. Cara pakai KRIS MPM statis: cari kode QR merchant, scan QR Code-nya, masukkan nominal dan pastikan nama merchant sesuai dengan QR. Transaksi sukses. Berikutnya, KRIS Merchant Presented Mode atau MPM dinamis, yaitu QR Code yang di-generate untuk setiap transaksi yang berbeda, sehingga setiap pelanggan harus melakukan scan QR sekali pakai. Cara pakai KRIS MPM dinamis: KRIS ditampilkan oleh merchant pada layar atau struk, scan QR Code, nominal transaksi akan muncul secara otomatis, pastikan nominal dan nama merchant sudah benar. Transaksi sukses. Kedua, Customer Presented Mode atau CPM, yaitu QR Code dimiliki oleh akun pelanggan dan di-scan oleh merchant. Cara pakai KRIS CPM: Tunjukkan QR Code pelanggan di aplikasi melalui menu QR saya. Merchant membaca QR Code pelanggan. Nominal transaksi akan muncul otomatis. Pastikan nominal dan nama merchant sudah benar. Transaksi sukses. Jika pelanggan memiliki masalah dalam bertransaksi, silakan hubungi kontak center aplikasi yang digunakan oleh pelanggan. Jika merchant memiliki masalah dalam bertransaksi, silakan hubungi kontak center PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Selain itu, transaksi pakai kris juga menguntungkan dengan proses settlement yang langsung. Begini mekanisme pembayaran settlement dari pelanggan ke akun merchant. Settlement dilakukan setiap hari, termasuk hari Sabtu, Minggu, dan hari libur nasional. Langsung ke account yang terdaftar di PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Merchant hanya dikenakan biaya merchant discount rate atau MDR. Merchant dapat bertanya ke PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant mengenai besaran MDR. Yuk pakai kris untuk usaha kamu. Begini cara daftar kris sebagai merchant. Isi form dan siapkan dokumen pendukung yang diminta oleh PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Kirimkan dokumen yang dibutuhkan kepada PJSP. Tunggu verifikasi dari PJSP. Dapatkan QR dari PJSP. Lakukan tes transaksi. Dan periksa settlement uang masuk esokan harinya di rekening yang terdaftar. Jika merchant telah memiliki QR Code sebelumnya, silahkan meminta penggantian QR Code menjadi kris ke PJSP yang bekerja sama dengan merchant. Jika merchant telah memiliki kris dan ingin menambah kerjasama dengan PJSP lainnya, silakan infokan nomor merchant ID ke PJSP lainnya tersebut. Jadi, lebih enak pakai kris kan? Karena Bank Indonesia ada di setiap makna Indonesia.
Pendidikan jarak jauh. Terdapat di lebih dari 40 provinsi dan di luar negeri. Bahan ajar mudah didapat.
Anda sedang mendengarkan UT Radio, Open Education.
Diikuti berbagai macam profesi, mencetak lulusan berkualitas, universitas terbuka tanpa batas.
Pendidikan adalah wahana untuk menggapai mimpi dan mengubah masa depan menjadi lebih baik. Hari gini, nggak ada alasan buat nggak kuliah. Kita bisa kuliah tanpa mengorbankan kegiatan yang lainnya. Bahkan waktu dan tempat pun bukan masalah. Siapapun kalian dan dimanapun kalian berada, ciptakan kampus untuk kuliah dan kampus yang akan mendatangi kalian. Ya cuma UT yang bisa begini.
respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ISBEST event today. And thank you for your patience and understanding. We will continue with the agendas of afternoon plenary session. First, opening plenary by our moderator, Mr. Antares Firman SE, Master of Professional Accountancy, Lecturer in Accounting Department Program. Continue by speaker's introduction and presentation, order as follows. Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, Professor at University of Essex, England. Professor Roman Klimko, Professor at University of Economics in Bratislava, Slovakia. Followed by Mr. Erno de Korte, Director of Plus Rotterdam, the Netherlands. The third agenda is Q&A. The audience has the opportunity to be involved in the question and answer session. Moreover, the committee has provided 4 prizes for the selected questionnaires. The fourth, token of appreciation for speakers as well as photo session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Antares Firman, for plenary session. Mr. Antares, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Masha. Just want to check, can you hear my voice? Yeah, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So now we move on to the next plenary sessions. And the next lecture will be Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD. And before we move on to the next lecture, I would like to remind to all of us, to all the audience, before we move on the first lecture, is to prepare the question for the Q&A session that will be held after the end of each plenary session. And you can put or type the question in the chat box. Don't forget to put your identity in the questions and to whom the question is asked for. Also, one important note that is to all audiences is not allowed to put any mark without the committee permission during the speaker presentations. And if possible to all the speakers to choose the menu of disable a note to prevent such things. And before the presentations, allow me to read the brief CV of Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD. And just give me a sec. Professor Pawan Adhikari is Professor of Accounting at Essex Business School. His expertise lies within public sector accounting in developing countries. His contemporary research follows 2 distinct directions: a contribution to accounting theory and promoting impact research in developing countries. His impact research has highlighted the issues that the developing countries face while improving their public sector accounting and accountability practices, and is widely used in policymaking in South Asia. He has worked with the World Bank, PEFA in academic projects relating to participatory budgeting, climate investment, and fiscal transparency and public accountability. He is also involved in a project with local councils in UK, which concerns with achieving the zero carbon goals through participatory approaches. He is a part of the European Commission's project to investigate capacity building programs in waste management in Sri Lanka. Recently, he serves as an associate editor of the Journal of Public Budgeting, Accounting, and Financial Budgeting. So, Professor Pawan Adhikari, without further ado, you may start the 20 minutes presentation now.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind presentation. And also thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to say some of my views on this sustainability and digitalization. So probably I'll start sharing my slides. Yeah, so my name is Pawan Adhikari, and I work as a professor in Essex Business School, University of Essex. And basically, my research is, like you mentioned, I do in different aspects of public sector accounting, accountability, and public sector sustainability. But today, because the topic is a bit not directly to my research area, but I try to collect information or the finding of different articles and try to see, okay, when you talk about digitalization and when you talk about green accounting, so what are the major debate in the literature? So I'll try to provide you first overview of some kind of green accounting. I talk about digitalization, and then I'll let the floor open. So probably you'll try to not me who is answering, but you may try to tell me how to connect this to in the public sector or in the business world. So basically, you know, when you talk about green accounting, of course, it has been used differently in different eras, because we were talking about anyway environmental accounting, environmental accountability. We talk about natural resource accounting. We talk also about sustainability accounting. It's more or less the same thing we're talking about, but now it's basically we use the term green accountability. And the drive towards green accountability or sustainability accounting is basically environmental pollution. We see the effect of climate change. And then one important thing now, more recently, many researchers, when they talk about this green accounting, they all the time put forward the social injustice and inequalities. So it's not only we talk about technical thing, we talk about this the impact of adverse impact of carbon counting, but basically we are trying to talk and disconnect carbon counting with how to promote equal social justice and inequality. And there's a lot of reporting guidance. Probably you know more than me. It's a GRI, ISO, just a PRI. And like the most recent development, probably you also know this, in 2021 November, the trustees of this international IRAS Foundation, what they're doing is they're trying to change the constitution so they would be able to set up a different board for this sustainability accounting, and they would be able to develop accounting standard for this sustainability. So probably this is the most recent development taking place in this green accounting. And if you took, for instance, I'll provide you the example of US federal government. So when you talk about carbon accounting, green accounting, what they meant. So what is the meaning of green accounting at the government level? And this is one example of the United States federal government. When they talk about green accounting, they talk about this 100% carbon pollution-free electricity by 2013. So these are the five basic targets set by the US federal government. And the next one is this 100% zero emission vehicle by 2035. Third concern, net zero emission from federal procurement no later than 2050. The fourth one concern a net zero emission building portfolio by 2045. And the last one is net zero emission from overall federal operation by 2050. So the whole idea is that US government, they would like to achieve this net zero in all activities they undertake by 2050. So this is the target of the United States government. We will see similar target of the government around the world. That India has set target, China has set target, US, for instance, UK has set target. So these are the whole picture of green accounting we talk about today. And if you go to private sector about the business, and if you see, there's a lot of research. They talk about this sustainability accounting, sustainability reporting across countries, and still, I find that many of the papers or research are still very critical in the sense they argue that this green accounting or sustainability reporting is very much still, even in, let's say, 2022, we are facing the same problem we used to face in 2015, 16, 2010, because those reports are meant for this impression management and to secure legitimacy. So the companies are basically, they try to promote their own interest in this failing that interest within sustainability reporting. And more recently, we see this different research. They talk about different type of accountability. For instance, if you go to the paper by Dillard and Vinari, they talk about it's very important to maintain dialogue between different stakeholders in the process of developing this sustainability or green accounting. And one important stakeholder in this regard is local communities, because today the society has been very plural, very divided, very plural. It's very divided in the sense from wealth is divided from various from this digitalization. So we see, because we live in a very plural society, so it's very important to incorporate interests of different stakeholders, particularly the interests of local communities. And also the same thing has been mentioned in 1996. For instance, Gray, when they talk about this sustainability reporting, they were talking about the most important stakeholder we should consider in the process of developing this reporting is local communities. And even in the case of developing countries also, there has been a lot of studies, and basically many of the studies shows that the companies, they are devising some sort of strategic responses basically to avoid blame. Of course, we see the sustainability reporting of almost all large companies, but in the context of developing country, they still try to develop that report to respond to government requirement, or for this donors, or for this community, just to avoid blame, rather than really contributing to green accounting. So that is the case about the sustainability and green accounting. And then I moved to digitalization. So what is digitalization? How we understand digitalization in the public sector as well as in the wider context of business sector. Of course, we all know now by now the benefits of digitalization. It's very easy to reach out to customers or stakeholders. It's very easy to share information to wide number of stakeholders or customers at the same time. We can facilitate an interaction at a low cost, or we can improve the stakeholder engagement through using different digital technologies. However, again, there's a key concern today is that the benefits we talk about digitalization has been accompanied by unforeseen challenges, especially in developing countries where many people have limited internet access and are digitally illiterate. So there's the challenge concern about the digital affordability, the same challenge we talk about in green accounting. We see the same problem here: inequality and marginalization. So certain group of people, certain customers, or certain stakeholders are further marginalized due to the digitalization, because they don't have access, or they don't have kind of easy access to digitalization. And more recently, this Agostino, they argue that digitalization has thus resulted in a new preoccupation with accountability with regard to social equity and inclusion. So the key idea, what I'm trying to tell you here is, when you talk about green accounting, let's say even 20 years ago, or even now, and when you talk about digitalization today, we are basically coming back to the same issue, and the same issue is how to promote social equity and inclusion. And this is the example of global context. So if you see the global level, this is a 54.8% have access to internet connection. Of course, the majority of which are occupied by citizens of developed countries. So this means nearly half of the population in developing countries remain unaccounted and unconnected. So there's a lot of positive narratives surrounding the advantages of digitalization as oversimplified the complexities involved in adapting technology. So now the major concern is about digital accountability. So what is digital accountability? We talk about different sort of accountability. Even in the business world, we talk about this top-down, bottom-up. We talk about the social accountability. But now many researchers, they have started talking about digital accountability. So when you talk about digital accountability, the idea is the same. It should encompass the possibility of capturing the voices of marginalized and disadvantaged community by offering them a platform on which to express their views and easy access to information and services. The whole idea is when we adapt digitalization for business, for government activities, that should provide space for the most marginalized or disadvantaged people. So they should come in the mainstream business, mainstream politics. However, claims have been made that certain groups of users were unable to embrace digital technologies due to inadequate resources, access, and literacy could be further polarized. So there's increasingly blurring of accountability boundaries between resulting from the digitalization, because it's very important. It's very difficult now, at least in the public sector, to identify who is accountable for what. And this has because there's so many information, data flowing for all direction, and it applies same in the business world. So in a sense, we are getting benefit of the digitalization, but at the same time, we see around the world, around the business, that the social trust has been eroded. It's very difficult for people, society, community to trust something coming through to the digital media or social media. Because of course the problem is, although we are talking so much about digital accountability, this marginalization, but still the researchers argue that we need to do more research, because those things are still, we don't know empirically that much, still in the debate, but not empirically supported. And then I found, then I tried to, because my aim was to identify how to understand the digitalization, or how the benefits of digitalization can occur to different stakeholders, different customers, or in the business world. Then I found one perspective, the social materiality perspective, which has been in use for many years, but very few accounting scholars have tried to think from this perspective. So the idea of this social materiality is that the problem-solving ability of technology very much depend on specific context within which the technology is used, instead of the standard inbuilt feature which are designed to solve problem. So the idea is, when you talk about digitalization and using digital platform or technology, it's not what of course every media or every technology, they come with a certain inbuilt feature, but that doesn't mean those features will be implemented, and it's very much context dependent. And they talk about two types of affordance. So the digitalization has some sort of affordance, and basically there are two types, two distinct affordance. One is potential affordance versus actual affordance, and very often there is a misalignment between the potential and actual affordance, and that will create some kind of contradictory technology affordance. So what is meant by potential affordance then? It means the potential technology affordance is a function of the technology designers and the vision, more specially defined by design of technology. The physical feature of technology determine its potential affordance. So it's basically vision. Okay, when you talk about phone, basically we go to the catalog or normative assumption. Okay, phones can be used for communication, phones can be used for video, phones can be used for social platform, but those are some kind of normative visions, but that doesn't mean the phone will be exactly used in the same purpose as defined by the designer. So the actual technology affordance is based on the users and their objectives, and is a function of the context within which the technology is adapted. So for technology affordance to be successful, the relationship between technology, the users, and approaches to its implementation should be aligned. So I think this is probably the key issue in digitalization business or the government activities. So the most important thing for us to identify the relationship between technology, the users, and approaches to its implementation. Those three factors determine the extent to which technology will benefit the users. And then I'll provide one example. Recently, I was involved in a project in England, in Colchester. And the idea was, of course, there's a council. The English community is built on different council, yeah. And then I lived in Colchester, and that is one council. And what they are trying to do is they try to define their this green strategy. Before, the council was focused on this green strategy. They want to develop sustainability. They were just talking about like a green thing. But now what they are trying to do is to extend that green strategy by involving blue strategy, and they call it blue and green infrastructure strategy. So that this blue and green infrastructure strategy, this is an integrated approach to managing, improving, and reintroducing natural and semi-natural green and blue spaces in both urban and rural contexts. So there's a green vegetation, there's a river. So we talk. So these two things come together. So then it's like green and blue strategy work, and they have outlined 4 key elements of blue and green strategy. One is promoting diversity, so mitigating and adapting to climate change. They were concerned about human health and well-being, and the ultimate idea is to creating prosperous communities. And then we have, of course, the study, and then we provided several recommendations to the council how to implement this blue and green strategy, what kind of problems they may encounter, and what could be the solution that could rectify the problem they encounter in the process. So then, of course, there are many recommendations. So I picked up one recommendation, that is citizen engagement. So what we argue was this championing community-led initiatives as co-production. So the idea is when you talk about green strategy or blue strategy or green and blue strategy, the whole idea should be driven by the concept of co-production. It means the idea is to identify the key on like councils, or then who is going to organize this, who are involved in the process, and for whom the programs are targeted for. It means beneficiaries. The whole idea is all these stakeholders should come together, and let's say this beneficiaries should also come forward, and they should be involved in the process of designing, implementing, and post-evaluation of the project. So that we call co-production. So I think that's the only way for us now to move forward for this green and blue strategy or green accounting. And then we also talk about in the public sector, there's a participatory budgeting opportunity, because the resources are constrained. So now the councils, especially in England, they are under this budget cut. Yeah. So the most important thing is how to use scarce resources more effectively and efficiently. So then one solution could be this participatory budgeting approaches. They can involve citizens or stakeholders and the users in the process of developing or identifying some elements where they can use the budget. And the most important thing is, I think it probably applies equally to the public sector and private sector. So promote and facilitating multi-directional directional education and community initiatives. The most important thing what we find is when you talk about digitalization or sustainability, it's a two-way communication between the stakeholders or different stakeholders or beneficiaries, organizers. It's very important to have dialogue and communication. And most important thing is, of course, this education. And then now I'm asking you the same question. How could you establish a connection between green accounting and digitalization in the business sector? So the whole idea is, because when you go to the digital, let's say this green accounting, a lot of development has been taken place in the last 1-2 decades. But still the same thing, if you go to media, if you go to literature, because I think we are academics, so we think from an academic perspective. And then when I read the papers and the more recent article, they talk more or less the same thing. They talk about legitimacy, they talk about impression management, they talk about this problem of the business to adapt this sustainability standard. It's taking so long time. So let's say we talk about revenue, we talk about this revenue recognition, lease, everything, standards have been updated, But then for sustainability, people have been lobbying for years and years and years, and now the International Accounting Standard Board has finally agreed to work on it. It is so slow process, and the question is why it is so slow, because it's not the priority for investment, or is it because the government is not prioritizing this? And then the next issue is that because when you talk about green accounting, is always the thing is some people, some sector of society is further marginalized. There's a problem of equality, empowerment, and then more recently after pandemic, we talk about the rise of this digitalization era. All the benefit of digitalization have been told. But again, like in sustainability or green accounting, we're coming to the same point. We talk about digital accountability, and within digital accountability, it's the same argument are being brought forward that certain group of societies are being further marginalized. So the key challenge for today, at least from my understanding, is how we can connect between this green accounting and digitalization for this better for the betterment of society and the business sector. Thank you. I think that's all for me.
Thank you very much, Professor.
I have to stop sharing. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Pawan. It is a very comprehensive lecture, and which I believe it may require more than 20 minutes to deliver such a very interesting topic. You did mention about how the application of digital and green accounting to prosper community, and there are issues that you mentioned that how to catalyze clean energy in communities and digitalizations in the public sector in developing countries. There's also will be an issue because in developing countries we still have like a limited technological infrastructure like internet access and so on. So I think there's a few notes that I'm taking, and I think before we go to the Q&A, I will go to the second speaker. So the second speaker will be delivered by Professor Roman Klimko, PhD. And I will read the brief CV of Professor Roman Klimko. So Professor Roman Klimko, he's from the University of Economics in Bratislava, the Faculty of National Economy. The field study is economic theory, specializations on economic theory. His dissertation thesis is unemployment and employment policy in the context of economic development. From 2012 to 2013, Universidad de Huelva, Spain, Erasmus exchange program for 5 months. And from 2008 to 2010, University of Economics in Bratislava, the Faculty of National Economy Master Degree, field study National Economy, specialization, social development and social policy. And from 2005 to 2008, University of Economics in Bratislava, the Faculty of National Economy Bachelor's Degree, field study National Economy, specializations, human resource and socio-economic development. And there are still many publications that and research project. APVV is a researcher on APVV 180435, behavioral intervention in local government, increasing the effectiveness of local public policies. He's also the researchers at COST 1102, social services, welfare, state and place, the restructuring of social service in Europe and its impact on social territorial cohesion and governance from 2013 to 2014. And of course, there are still many more. Now, without further ado, Professor, you may go with your 20 minutes presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me share my screen. All right. Another question. Can you see my presentation, please? Oh, all right. Great. Thank you very much for the feedback. Dear participants, good afternoon, everybody. Although over here in Slovakia it's early morning right now, I'm really delighted to participate in today's event, and it is my great pleasure to deliver my speech to you today. I work in the Department of Social Development and Labor at the University of Economics in Bratislava, as you could hear in the brief introduction. And basically, my research is in labor market, green economy, and corporate social responsibility. Well, let me start with two questions. The first one, do we really want to achieve a sustainable future? And the second one, are we doing enough to achieve the sustainable future? We have to realize that a sustainable future will only be possible if the environmental and social pillars of sustainable development are given equal footing with the economic one, where the often invisible engines of sustainability, from forests to fresh waters, are also given equal, if not greater weight in development and economic planning. Well, this is a question I used to ask my students in the very beginning of the course, Green Economy, which I teach. I ask my students, what keywords, 5, do you think about when you see the term green economy? I used to give my students 3 minutes. Then I check the answers and I miss something very important. Not surprisingly, in 99% of cases, the students do not mention one important part of the green economy. And you can guess, what is it? The answer, keywords, I used to get from students are renewable energy, waste reduction, environmental friendly, sustainability, resource saving, efficiency, sustainable consumption, and so on. In fact, in many occasions, when talking about the green economy, an emphasis is being put on the environmental issues and not on people. However, the social pillar is very important in green economy. Green economy is the economy for people and the planet, and we shouldn't forget about that. The most cited definition of green economy is that of the United Nations Environment Programme from 2011. The United Nations Environment Programme is the leading global environmental authority that sets the global environmental agenda. According to this definition, the green economy improves human well-being and social equity while significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. But also, it is a low carbon, resource efficient, and socially inclusive. As I mentioned before, the social pillar is critical too. Another well-known definition of green economy is that of the Green Economy Coalition, which is what is basically a group of NGOs trade union groups, and other doing grassroots work on the green economy.
Professor,
yeah.
sorry for interrupting. Just want to check. You haven't changed your slide?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because haven't changed in on the screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now
we are still on the first page.
But I'm on fifth one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but can you try like stop your share screen and then try to share again?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Professor.
Thank you.
No worries. All good.
Yeah,
well. It's changing now. That's great.
I'm gonna try to do it like this. And can you see the changes now?
Yeah. Why green economy?
And now?
Economy for people and the planet. Still on the same page.
But that's really interesting because I'm changing it, but for some reason it's not changing.
Okay. We are okay. Great. Now on the fourth page, what is a green economy?
Okay, I can do it like this.
Okay.
And if it's appropriate for you.
Yep.
Because for some reason it's not changing. I have no idea.
Can you put it in the slideshow? Yep.
Is it changing now, please?
Oh, still the same, Professor. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. All good then.
All right. So.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So. Again, this definition, this one, it says that the green economy is a resilient economy that provides a better quality of life for all, a strong social aspect within the ecological limit of the planet. However, I have to conclude that there is no internationally agreed definition of green economy, and at least 8 separate definitions were identified in recent publication. A study of green economy discourses from 2017 shows many tensions in green economy discourses. The study also identifies 3 categories of green economy discourse: weak, transformational, and strong. First of all, the strong green economy generally only exists within academic literature. Again, because this is very important. The strong green economy generally only exists within academic literature. However, the majority of communication in speech or writing fall between weak and transformational. Basically, in many cases, it means business as usual or soft improvement. In other words, no real transformation at all. Do you still remember the question I asked you in the beginning of my speech today? Do we really want to achieve a sustainable future? Are we doing enough to achieve the sustainable future? Public attitudes are shifting towards an environmentally sustainable future, and that is pretty obvious. As a result, the world's major corporations are rerouting their public relations strategies to present themselves as the green companies. Well, but they are not green at all. Green capitalists, as they are often called, are those who believe in the coexistence of a growth model of capitalism and the finite nature of our planet. Well, now the situation is complicated also by the fact that a green lifestyle, including such items as electric, hybrid or hybrid vehicles, and organic food, is significantly more expensive than a conventional lifestyle. Moreover, in the green economy, the products and services should not be only available to those well off enough to afford it. I mean, rich people only. Otherwise, we can call the concept of green economy as a deep pocket ecology. That is, however, the reality of nowadays in many cases. If we are talking about green economy as a transition strategy, we should not try to incorporate nature into capitalist market systems. Because green capitalism means we are searching for new ways how to generate profit, and we are finding a way of protecting it from criticism of being environmentally destructive. So are we gonna save the capitalism, or are we gonna save the humans and our planet? There is a question over here. Do we need to replace all internal combustion engine vehicles with electric vehicles to help our planet? Again, it's a hot topic right now. Do we need to replace all internal combustion engine vehicles with electric vehicles to help our planet? The question is wrong itself, because what we need in green economy is less cars, less traffic, and less commuters. So do we want to save our planet, or do we want to maximize profit? Quality of work that there will be in a sustainable economy is a controversial one for green economists. So speaking about green economy, should I ask you this question? Will a green economy mean more work or less? No, because we should not seek work as an end in itself, and should do our best to minimize the work needed rather than creating work. But on the other side, 1 million extra jobs may need to be created, repairing the damage caused by approximately 200 years of industrialism. From this perspective, we need to shift into a higher gear to something like war economy in order to build all the wind turbines and to adapt vehicles and homes to a low carbon future, as well as to produce whole new areas of employment in sectors such as mending of goods and the repair of machinery and equipment. Green jobs are decent jobs that contribute to preserve or restore the environment, be they in traditional sectors such as manufacturing and construction, or in new emerging green sectors such as renewable energy and energy efficiency. Green jobs help to improve energy and raw material efficiency, limit greenhouse gas emissions, minimize waste and pollution, protect and restore ecosystems, support adaptation to the effects of climate change. According to the International Labour Organization, green jobs are good for the environment, good for the economy, and good for people. As illustrated by the diagram, a distinction can be drawn between employment in green economic sectors. From an output perspective, and job functions in all sectors from an environmentally friendly process perspective. So basically, green jobs are all, I'm showing it now, so green jobs are all those jobs that fall into the dashed area, what we can see on the picture. The United Nations Environment Programme in its report towards green economy, pathways into sustainable development and poverty eradication from 2011, focuses on 10 key economic sectors: agriculture, buildings, energy supply, and so on. The report sees these sectors as driving the defining trends of the transition to green economy, including increasing human well-being and social equity and reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. And now to the picture. In the picture, you can see the Chicago City Hall. This structure has stood since 1911. Yes, 1911. The Chicago City Hall is much more than just the official seat of the government in Chicago. A green roof of the building utilizes special energy conservation techniques, and the building is home to more than 100 species of plants in the city center of Chicago. The roof is visible from more than 33 nearby buildings and is open to the public during the summer months. Why I'm showing you this picture? I'm showing you this picture because I want to make everybody sure that it is possible to make great changes also with all buildings and with old stuff in general. International Labour Organization defines the sectors from aspect of job creation and employment. It names the sectors with green names to highlight differences from the mainstream economy. That is why I personally see a huge potential in sustainable agriculture and other sustainable activities in the years to come. One example. In 2020, the United Nations published World Youth report focused on social entrepreneurship and the agenda and the 2030 agenda. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has had very negative consequences on the situation of the young people in the labor market and has significantly worsened the prospects of integrating into the labor market. Therefore, I personally see strong synergies between youth social entrepreneurship, sustainable agriculture, and green economy. So, a strong social impact. Please, let me ask you a question. The question is, how much food waste does the European Union produce on an annual basis per person? Again, how much food waste does the European Union produce on an annual basis per person? It's approximately 127 kilograms per person in 2020, the most recent data available. Why I'm focusing on food waste? Sustainable development policies and green economy must address many interconnected issues. And climate change is one of the most pervasive problems, but climate change is not the only problem. The United Nations member states have agreed to end food insecurity and malnutrition by 2030. This means ensuring everyone has regular access to enough food everywhere in the world. Approximately 700 million people across the world suffer from hunger, and the European Union thus produce every single year approximately 127 kilograms of food waste per person. Clearly, there is still much to do to secure the sustainable and green future for all people and our planet. I will finish my presentation with two questions I already asked you twice. Do we really want to achieve a sustainable future? Are we doing enough to achieve the sustainable future? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. If you have any comments or suggestions, please contact me via email. I would be happy to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very insightful presentation. If you please remain before we go to the Q&A sessions, I will go to the third speaker. But before that, I do take some notes that you did mention, are we doing enough, and where we going? We need to put a clear objectives to our futures, and that's quite provocative. You did mention about green economy and green capitalism. Are we going to save the planet or maximize profit? Very, very nice, Professor. So I'm going to go to the third speaker. The fourth lecture will be by Erno de Corti, MSc. And before the presentations, allow me to read a brief CV of Erno de Corti. Okay, Erno is the CEO and consultant and trainer at Clarify NL at DAFIC, Clarify NL. August 2000 till the present day, delivering expert training and consulting service to organizations all over the globe. QM Netherlands Senior Experts Graphic is a senior expert from Netherlands Senior Experts. And in 2012, supporting organizations in Africa and Asia with regard to developing the next generations of educations with blended learning as the leading theme. That will be all. Erno, you can have and start the 20-minute presentation now.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'll do the screen share. Good morning. I quickly put on the video so you can see me at least. I'm in the Netherlands and my bandwidth isn't optimal, so I will turn off video after this and just focus on my presentation. So there we go. Screen sharing is on. By the way, I very much like the previous speaker and his comments about green economy and so on. So that was very good. Good morning, everybody from the Netherlands. This is me. If you look closely at the bottom, can you see my screen? Then you will see my legs and my shoes. And somewhere in that mask, I'm hidden there. I don't know if you know what this is, but this is Reo in Ponorogo. And I was asked to carry, it's a big honor to carry this mask at one of the festivals in Ponorogo. I am part of a big group of people, and we are just out of an event. It was closed yesterday, 14-day event with hypos from all over the world, high potentials. And we have presented more than 10 projects. You see 5 of them at the bottom. I might come back to that. And this is the Rotterdam skyline, where all of these people have been working on making a smarter world. And in that sense, also making a greener world, as the professor just mentioned as well. So I think the two of us are very much in line with that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over a number of topics that come out of years of experience. My background is indeed being an educator and then quite often strategic and leadership. I'm also a connector, a linking pin within organizations like Schiphol Airport or national banks connecting the IT departments to their management and the other way around. That's part of my technical background, being an information technology engineer, but mostly I'm an entrepreneur. I'm really take risks. I'm really into smart devices, even before they were called like that. So from 1995 onwards, I have been working with organizations, even before there was something like a smartphone, to make these devices run, connect to their email and so on. So what I have found out, and I think that is important in all of my dealings with Indonesia over the year, is that we look at the difference between being a technician and a manager and an entrepreneur. When you look around you and you see people working on their farms, they are technicians, they are farmers doing their best to make everything work, or they could be the owner of a scooter shop or a mechanic. In that, not all of these are entrepreneurs per se. There's a clear distinction between them, and I don't have enough time, so I didn't fill in all these details here. But I've done quite a few seminars at universities all around the world, including Indonesia, about this, what we call the TME triangle. It's a very important distinction. One very clear example is Apple. You might know Steve Jobs, who's deceased, but he was the one really driving Apple. But you might also remember that he was kicked out at a certain point out of his own Apple organization. And it all had to do with the fact that these three different types of people didn't work properly together. The technician, Steve Wozniak, and Steve started Apple together, were assisted by John Sculley at a certain point, but that whole cooperation didn't work so well. And basically things exploded and Apple almost went down in the next years after Jobs stepped away. He came back, and now Apple is one of the most successful companies. My role is to be more or less in the middle of this, to make sure that these different parties go for the best of the company and the best of the world. So being a linking pin, being a connector is a very important role for myself. There is a big difference between a business person and an entrepreneur. And unfortunately, too often, they are seen as the same, but that is not the case. A business person is more a manager, a CIO, profit-oriented. We have just heard about the professor. Are we going to go for profit? Or are we going to go for more greener things? Now, that is the kind of thinking that you will find with an entrepreneur, being creative, innovation-oriented, more cooperative, more a risk-taker, wanting to improve the world. While a business person is more like, I want profit, I want to avoid risks, I'm more into competition, I want to be the best, but it's often a race to the bottom. Now the question is, can you teach to be a business person? And the answer is yes. Schools of management, all these things definitely will help you to build your business and management skills. But can you also teach entrepreneurship? And the answer is, in a way, over years of experience, the answer is no. It's like with a musician. You either have the talent or you don't have it. You can develop the talent, you can nurture it. But if you have 30 students sitting in a room in Bandung at a university, there's only 2 or 3 of them that might be an entrepreneur. And you can tell a nice story about entrepreneurship, but it only will truly have an effect on the people that have that talent in their mind, in their heart. So that is one of the challenges, because entrepreneurs actually make a big difference in our society, as you can see with these 3 examples. One of the things that you also have to realize is that entrepreneurs often are a bit lonely. I myself am an entrepreneur, and I've seen that. Not everybody in your environment understands why you are so driven. Why do you want to go to Mars? Why do you want to buy Twitter? Well, born and raised in South Africa, founder of PayPal, He used his fortune to create Tesla and SpaceX, and Elon Musk then expanded Solar City, started with the Hyperloop project, and almost all of this are connected to his big, hairy, audacious goal. That is one of the things with entrepreneurs. They have big, hairy, audacious goal. I think that humanity should live on Mars as well, to live on at least 2 planets. Is that green? Yes, it is in a way. Is it innovative? Absolutely. Is it goal-driven? Absolutely. So this type of leadership raises questions with the people around you, and that makes you a lonely hypo sometimes. Mr. Nelson Mandela, also from South Africa, was an example as well. He, unlike all others in his environment, was convinced that apartheid needed to be ended, but without violence. Even his wife didn't agree, and it led to a divorce. He went to prison for 27 years, but he was so convinced that after even the fellow ANC members said, we will take the weapons, he managed to create a situation where he became the first colored president in 1994. This man has been very lonely in all what he tried to do, but he is a true example of an entrepreneur. And obviously also Steve Jobs. That's an interesting story, because Steve Jobs was kicked out of Apple, as I mentioned, returned in 1997, and although he had pancreatic cancer and he knew he was going to die, he was driven to create user-friendly computing against all other industries. Everyone had a keyboard on their phone. He was convinced, no keyboard on my iPhone. And nowadays, you walk around with a phone without a keyboard because of Mr. Jobs. More than 2 million smartphones. These are entrepreneurs. These are what we call high potentials, and they have strong roots and strong, big, hairy, audacious goals. When I listen to the professor just now, I think that is part of what we need as well. We need the theory and all the ideas that were coming in his presentation, but then we need to find people that really execute that vision. So if you go to myself, and if you look at this picture, for example, at the top, you will see a little team in Ponorogo, because I love Ponorogo. And the whole idea of talking about hypos was actually born in Ponorogo in February 2014. I was at a campus there, and I looked at all these beautiful students, and I'm thinking, what an enormous amount of potential does Indonesia have. 273 million or even more people. Why is Indonesia globally so, I'm sorry, it's not criticism, but it's just reality, so invisible? Why is it still called a developing country? Because it isn't. There is bigger malls in Indonesia than we have in the Netherlands. There is, on a lot of other scales, a bigger group of people with more money than we have in the Netherlands. So why is this country, this group of islands, so relatively small compared to others? I'll go into that. Anyway, the word hypo, high potential. I looked in the eyes of these students. I was seeing what was going on. And in 2014, I actually delivered an app development workshop to supposedly a group of 10 or 12 students. So we prepared a number of laptops. When we opened the doors in the afternoon, there were 50 people waiting outside, and we didn't know how to accommodate them. They were eager. They want the change. You have a huge generation that wants a change for themselves and for their country. So they were sitting on the ground with their own laptops, and we made it happen. 5 years later, when I came back in 2019, one of the students had created his own app development company, and he doesn't know how to have enough engineers. By the time I was there, he already had 25 people employed, but he cannot find enough app development engineers in his own area. So it's planting the seeds, what we need to do. Like the professor in a way said, planting seeds all around the world, and some of them will blossom. And entrepreneurs, hypos, are an important part of that. But the environment often presents a lot of limitations. So we need to take care of that. One of the things that I did in 2018 in Bandung was work with a group of people from different universities, and they wanted to have the first for-profit incubator in Indonesia. Founders' talent really became a success, and it's nowadays even part of the presidential committee in Indonesia for incubation. So, what is it with Indonesia? If you look at it, it's number 4 in the world. After China, India, United States, it's Indonesia. And European Union, yeah, it's not a country, it's just a set of countries. And Russia is even behind, way behind. So what is it why Indonesia isn't so very visible? Well, one of the things might be that there's still a big part of the population which is relatively young. Almost 25% of them is between 0 to 14. They need to be going through the education system, but we need to find the entrepreneurs in this group. They will make a difference. I often look at Indonesia as the sleeping tiger. Really, if this tiger wakes up, we will see a huge difference in the world. So, outside Indonesia, because that's one of the things that Indonesia needs to do as well. If we look inside, things are as they are. But from the outside in, if you look at Indonesia, it is, as I said, a bit invisible in a way. China. By the way, the logos are a bit wrong because it should be Germany over there, the first one. I'm sorry about that confusion. But if you look at Germany in the first one, it is exclusive and high quality. So that's Germany. If you look at China, then it is cheap and lower quality. And then the third one is USA, expensive and innovative, not always the best quality. How do you typify Indonesia in this? And my concern is, should Indonesia even try to compete with China and India with low labor costs and high volumes and mass productions? Or are there other ways of stepping into the world and making Indonesia more important? So, again, I only have like 20 minutes. But what I would suggest, and these are in a way questions like my fellow speaker has positions, it's not just about raw materials, cheap labor and tourism. There is so much human capital. There's so much ingenuity. There's so much vision even that we can explore. So we need to create an environment that will support entrepreneurs. Something like free ports in a way. No bureaucracy, easy access to resources. With a think global, act local mentality, not the other way around. A common mistake, don't just create something locally and then try to bring it to global. The other way around, think global, act local, so that the tiger can roar. So that is part of this. Now, we are from the European Union, the professor and I, and we do give you a grant, for example, of 273 million euros. The professor and I will do that together and we find that money for you. What are you going to do then with that money? Are you just going to divide it over each and every citizen, each of them having €1? Well, the idea is that it is to strengthen business communities. So how do you use a grant like this? Each person, just €1 doesn't make really sense. But do we support business owners then? The scooter shops and others? Or should we really look at this and see the differences? Fair between spreading this money around doesn't mean equal. It means everyone gets what they need to be successful. A business person creates a business plan, can go to the bank, and all the checks and balances are created. There's not much risk. They will check the competition. Is it indeed the best? And the approval process is relatively easy. It's a yes or no. As an entrepreneur, all entrepreneurs see the problem that their business plan includes innovation, and it's often difficult for banks and governments to approve, to even consider it. Going to Mars? No apartheid? A phone without a keyboard? It's all silly. There is no bank that will back this up. There's even no government backing this up. Because it's about risk-taking, it's about improving the world. So the standard checks and balances simply don't work. And that is one of the biggest challenges that entrepreneurs have. It is risk-taking, it is extraordinary, it isn't common. So we need to make choices. How do we spend the 273 million euros? Do we support another scooter shop? Is an online scooter shop really innovation? Or is it just competition for existing business? Isn't it all part of that race to the bottom? Will that scooter shop really make a difference? It will make a difference if it would be an electric scooter shop. There's too many petrol scooters in Indonesia, not enough electric. So what is real innovation? What is the real benefit for mankind? Less pollution, like mentioned. Manufacturing and selling electric scooters is a good candidate, and entrepreneurs like that. So we need to invest in these kind of ideas, like the incubator at the top. You cannot support everybody because that takes away the whole sense of the 273 million. You need to look at certain specific things where the whole community, the whole world will benefit from. So invest in growth, real innovation. That's the cool thing. Entrepreneurs create real innovation and create new jobs, not replace jobs, from which existing businesses will often benefit. So that is the thing to keep in mind with all of this. If you support your entrepreneurs, it will create new jobs and it could make Indonesia more visible on the global map. Entrepreneurs are most often creative risk takers towards innovation. But true innovation is difficult to quantify. So we need to, first of all, look at that big group of students in Ponorogo or elsewhere, the 25% of your population, and look them in the eyes and see this might be an entrepreneur. This is a hypo. Hypo is the first step towards an entrepreneur. Quite often, a hypo has entrepreneurial talents which can be nurtured and should not be lost, because Indonesia needs them, our world needs them. So what we offer as a network, as a community, as what we did the last 2 weeks, these are just 11 examples of entrepreneurs and hypos from all around the world that gathered in Rotterdam. There's people from Namibia, there's people from South Africa, there's people from the Netherlands and Ghana, of course. And yes, also from Indonesia, as you can see. And all of these have a story to tell. They will make a difference. They will be innovative. They will do exactly as the professor just mentioned. They will make a change towards a better, a smarter future. And if you look at their projects, they're quite diverse. Some of them are about think global, act local with emoji backpack. Others are about the global hypo heaven. Sometimes it's about baking cakes or an eco resort. I don't have enough time right now to go in every detail. I'm more than happy to do that later sometime. But what we need to do is two main tasks. First of all, like Professor also said, also Indonesia, it's not a developing country. It is developed in its own way already, needs to think global and then act local and not just act local only. And the other thing is we need to identify hypos and connect them all together in a network. And our president, Mr. Howard Zondo, 22 years old from South Africa, is like this guy on stage. He wants to see 1 million hypos in the next few years coming together, like this Metallica concert in Moscow 1991, where after the communism failed, basically the first big concert was held. And we are looking at thousands of popers and hundreds of thousands of creators serving all these young hypos and helping them to develop themselves. And definitely, as you can understand, for us, Indonesia is a huge target country because with 273 million people, it's definitely the most interesting of all these nations that you can see here. So thank you very much for your attention. I think I have 5 seconds left. I'm saying goodbye. I'm open for questions and hope to see you soon in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Erno. That must be very heavy to put that layup on top of your body.
Absolutely heavy. It's more than 50 kilos. So and then they made me dance around with it. So that was not an easy thing at all to do, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I really love Indonesia a lot as well. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Pak Erno. So you did mention about the distinguish between business person versus entrepreneur, and that's quite interesting because a business person is profit oriented and entrepreneur innovation oriented. So I think we need more like that in Indonesia. And you did also mention about invest in growth, create jobs, not replace, and creative risk takers towards innovation. Thank you very much, Erno.
And thank you for the summary. Very good.
Thank you very much.
Good notes.
Yeah. So as the lecture from Pak Erno, the quote is finished, now we enter the plenary sessions. And for all the chat that we've gathered, we will select several of those, and we apologize that not all the questions will be delivered to the speakers. So I would like to ask the IT team to spotlight for the questions. I'm going to go with 3 questions first. So the first question to Professor Pawan Adhikari from Ekpat Juang. In 2021, Indonesia has approved a tax harmonization law, one of which is a carbon tax. This proves that Indonesia is one step ahead of its awareness of climate change. The initial theme of its application was targeted at steam power plants. However, until now, the implementation theme is still unclear. Green accounting itself in Indonesia has not been mandatory yet to be implemented. I want to ask, where can we start implementing green accounting, especially for developing countries that are just starting to become aware of climate change? Thanks. So, Professor Pawan,
thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Ika. I think it's the problem because, the question you raised, I think, is the problem that relates to all developing countries. The problem is this implementation. And I'll provide you one example. Now, we're doing this project for the World Bank, climate budgeting investment in South Asia, and we selected 3 countries: Nepal, Sri Lanka, and India. And for instance, like in the case of Nepal, they even have a budget. Yeah, like in the budget, we can see that 40% of the government of budget is climate resilience. It's supporting climate change or is mitigating climate change. So because we found that kind of impressive regulation at the central level, but then we went to province level, we went to local level, and then there's nothing at all. No? So I think that's the problem with this. The problem is implementation. And like you mentioned, in the case of UK, what the council is doing is the council is trying to get people involved in climate change project. And in Colchester, where I live, they now invite academics, they now invite stakeholders, because the problem is people don't trust the government. It's the same in developed country as well. They say when the councils invite people and ask what kind of problem they are facing or how they can be involved in this process of climate change, people won't come because they don't trust the government. They even don't trust local government. So, but then they try to involve different stakeholders, like universities are involved, there's other NGOs are involved. So then we all sit together and then people come. And then I think maybe that's the way how we can start the process. And because I think it's to start from the bottom up level and then the wider engagement of stakeholder and probably communication. I think that's what I think based on the example of this South Asia and based on the example of UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We can go to the second question to Associate Professor Roman Klimko from Yudhistira Nugraha, Jakarta. What a nice presentations. I'd like to know your insight that many vehicles might be sold in the developing countries, whereas I believe that replacing with the electricity fuel is not an easy way to do yet comparing to the developed countries. For instance, the technology or the resources. What is your best suggestion pertaining to this vibe? Thanks.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, loud and clear.
Perfectly. So thank you very much for this very interesting questions. I will try to answer it. So first of all, let me say it again. We do need electric cars, but we also need less cars, less traffic, and less commuters. So this is basically for the beginning. Indonesia, or Indonesian case. Indonesia has an abundance of natural resources in the energy sector. Indonesia has also the largest nickel reserve in the world, which is followed by cobalt, lithium, and manganese. These natural resources will be used to produce electric vehicles in Indonesia. The electric vehicle battery cell factory will be first built in Southeast Asia and is the result of the Indonesian government collaboration with the Hyundai Motor Group and LG Energy Solutions. So basically, it is targeted to start operating by the year 2023. So definitely, Indonesia is the country. It has got its own resources needed badly in the transition from internal combustion engine vehicles to the electric cars, definitely. And this is what I recently said. You can also find on the web pages of the Indonesian ministry. So it's just ongoing thing, and you can be looking forward to have this kind of factory. On the other side, there are concerns, or one of the main concern expressed by developing countries is of the green economy concept jeopardizing them due to its inappropriate use. There are definitely risks that the promotion of the green economy, also new green electric cars, may give rise to some kind of unhelpful or negative developments. And this should be or must be avoided, but it's better said, I think it should be avoided, but not the must be avoided, because you never know. We also, over here in the European Union, we got the problems, we got the issues when trying to make the transition into the green economy possible. But on the other side, we also need a stable energy source at a reasonable price for all people. And this is also a very hot topic nowadays, considering the energy crisis and so on and so on. So it's very important because of the social pillar of the green economy, what was also highlighted by the United Nations, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We will move to the third question. To Associate Professor Roman Klimko from Kurnia and Dariana. Green economy and capitalism have opposite directions. Capitalism tends to exploit nature while the green economy focuses on preserving nature. For the sake of economic growth, it seems that most government is more inclined towards capitalism because economic performance is often seen in the form of production and consumption growth. So how will the green economy initiative be driven? Professor?
Thank you very much for a wonderful question, indeed. I was trying to discuss a bit this topic when I mentioned green economy typology. If you remember, I mentioned something about weak, transformational, and strong economy. It's not like that you do like turn on the light and the changes over here. We need to go step by step, not only in Indonesia, not only in the United States, but also in the European Union, also in my country. It's not an easy transition. So basically, strong again. strong green economy generally only exists within academic literature. But on the other side, there are definitely positives over there. One of the main benefits of adopting a green economy, is it potential to alleviate the environmental impact caused by pollution. I mentioned in my presentation, there were 200 years of industrialism. We were destroying our environment. All right. So this is like kind of benefit that would be felt not only locally, but also globally. With the shifting of an economy, so going from a standard one to a green economy, new markets are created in areas such as renewable energy sources and so on. All right. But on the other side, I'm not gonna here to tell you about positives only, because it's not true. There are not only positives, but also negatives, especially in the transition to the green economy. One of the main risks or challenges is that emerging countries, developing countries, worry that shifting to a green economy will hamper economic development and therefore its capability to reduce poverty. Yes, I know it, but it's the same in the European Union. Not all people are rich people in the European Union, all right? Many people also strive for a better life or so. So many people also question if the transition is even affordable, as many of its solutions are seen as being costly. Yes, but on the other side, green economy is kind of a new stuff. Only in 2008, United Nations Environment Program launched its Green Economy Initiative to provide analysis and policy support for investment in green sectors and for greening resources. Again, in 2008. All right. So it's basically 14 years we can hear something about the green economy. So we need to take some additional extra time, and then we can decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we still have for one more question. And can we spot the next question? Okay. To Associate Professor Roman Klimko, Nihan Lanisi, does green economy can be applied to developing countries like Indonesia, remembering that people in developing countries have different views and attitude towards green than the people on developed countries? Thanks. Professor?
Yes, thank you. I think I already answered this question when I was trying to deliver a message that the Indonesia has an abundance of natural resources. For example, in the energy sector, just like cobalt, nickel, lithium, all those minerals are needed badly. For example, in construction of electric cars, but also another gadgets we use on a daily basis, like the cell phone or whatever. So I think the Indonesia has got as much resources as Indonesia could have, but basically maybe it's underused right now, or so, because of a lack of the technologies and things like this. So this is basically my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So I think Pak Erno did raise hands, and I would like to give the opportunity to Erno. Is there something you want to mention?
Yes, what the professor just mentioned as well, and what we have to learn is, please, Indonesia, don't make the same mistakes as we have already made in Europe, the US, and elsewhere. So leapfrog yourself over our mistakes. 200 years of industrial revolution, poverty still being very much part of our society, also in the Netherlands. 1.2 million out of 17 million people in the Netherlands live below the poverty line. That is an enormous amount. That's almost 10% of people that are struggling to survive, even in the Netherlands. So yes, obviously, Indonesia has a huge population, but that doesn't have a lot of money. But what you see when you go to the biggest cities like Bandung and obviously Jakarta, but even Ponorogo, you see an affluent middle class and higher class that really wants to spend on their money on a lot of things. But if you do the same as we have been doing, just all of us buying cars, petrol-based cars, you make the same mistakes as we have been making in Europe and the United States. So take a leapfrog, take a step up the ladder instead of just following us in making the same mistakes. I think that's the biggest message that I'd like to bring.
Thank you, Erno. And I can see that Professor Roman also raised hand. Professor Roman?
Yes, thank you very much. I just like to add something. Also, the Professor Erno de Corte mentioned, yes, don't do the same. Please, do not do the same mistakes we made already. You can learn from this, from our experiences, definitely. But one thing I want to mention, all right, in 2020, European Union was estimated, like the population of the European Union was estimated at approximately 450 million, so 450 million people. And we are trying we're trying our best to move into the transition to a green economy. But look, 2 examples. China, the world's biggest coal consumer, lowered the share of coal used in its primary energy mix to approximately 57% in 2020, the latest data available I found on the, over there in the internet. So 57% they're using in energy mix, I mean coal. India, coal is the primary energy contributor with a 57, so basically the very same as in China, share of its energy mix. And population, my friends. China has approximately 1.4 billion inhabitants, and India has the very same amount of inhabitants, 1.38 or 1.4, doesn't matter. These or those 2 countries we should focus on primarily in order to make a real difference and help our planet live on, definitely. And of course, there is still a lot to do over here in Europe. I mean, exporting companies that pollute, let's say, in the European Union to the China, doesn't make a change, doesn't make a difference for our planet. Because my presentation and what I want to deliver to you today is we want to help our planet and the people live on the planet. It means all planet, not only Indonesia, not only Slovakia, where I'm from, not only Netherlands or the European Union, but whole world. So again, exporting companies that pollute our environment the most, but we need them to produce, let's say, to produce aluminium or iron or so to Asian countries, to China or so, doesn't make any difference. On the other side, the environmental standards in China are substantially lower than the environmental standards in Europe, the United States or so. So we have to be clever how to make transition in a way we would like to have. Thank you very much to all participants. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you, Professor. And that's the wrap up. I think we have finished the Q&A sessions, thus concluding the plenary sessions for today. And we can give a big round of applause, virtual applause in the Zoom menu, and to all the invited speakers for the very insightful presentations. And as always, we hope that we as a committee and audience can still have further scientific discussions by other means of communication, such emails and etc. Yes, thank you very much. And that concludes the second plenary sessions. Once again, thank you very much to Professor Pawan Adhikari, PhD, Professor Roman PhD, Erno de Korte, MSc, for the very important and insightful presentations. And we wish you and all of us a good health. And thank you as well for the all audiences for the active participation during the plenary sessions. And I apologize as a moderator for any mistakes that I've made in guiding these plenary sessions. And goodbye for now, and I will give the session back to MC Marsha.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Antares. Respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the plenary speakers. And thank you very much for all the speakers for the great presentation today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, attention for a moment. I would like to call Professor Pawan Adhikari to give him a certificate and also have a photo session. Professor Pawan Adhikari. Okay, and I would like to invite Mr. Martino also and Dr. Merani Harsasi to turn on the photo of camera also to take a picture together. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, second one, I will call Professor Roman Klimko to take a picture together with the certificate and okay, okay. I will count 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, the third one, Mr. Erno de Korte.
Hello.
Mr. Erno.
Okay, I think he lost.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Okay,
Here we are.
I will count 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we take a picture together with all the participants. Okay. First slide. Smile. Okay. Continue to the second slide. Smile. Okay. Okay, already finished. Okay, thank you all the speakers, all Professor Pawan, Professor Roman, and Mr. Erno for today's great presentation. Okay.
Thank you very much for the
Okay.
invitation. It's a pity that it wasn't let's say offline, but maybe for the next time, next years or years to come, that would be even greater. Also for the feedback with the participants and so. But this is the
Roman, I agree with that. I was already packed to travel, so.
Yeah. You see, because I really appreciate like meeting in person. It definitely it gives you much more. Also, we can discuss after or before the presentation. This small talk and those things.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that is what we did the last 2 weeks in Rotterdam already. So you are more than welcome to join us in Rotterdam the next time as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you
so much indeed.
Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before the announcement of the winners, the fourth COPSI and the first COBISMA, we will share to you the kaleidoscope of COPSI. Here you go.
Opsi 4 adalah peneguhan Universitas Terbuka, Fakultas Ekonomi UT, FDAP, dan APSAE dalam memfasilitasi seluruh elemen masyarakat, khususnya para inventor, para inovator, untuk membuktikan dan sekaligus mendarmabaktikan karya-karya inovatif di kemajuan bangsa, khususnya praktek sektor publik yang lebih baik lagi. Sukses Kopsi 4.
Good morning. It's very special for the COPI, the competition of public sector innovation. The fourth is very proud for me because Shopee is the best in open university in Indonesia.
The competition of public sector innovation, COPSI, is about the acquisition of ideas for innovation to improve and accelerate public sector services around us. Come and join us in an event of 5th COPSI 2023.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited time has come that we will soon announce the winners of the fourth COPSI and the first COBISMA. But first, please welcome COPSI Judges Representative, Mr. Muhammad Masun, SE MSc, PhD, AK CA CPA, SFRA Certi PC, PSEAS, CPI, CHFI to announce the winner. Mr. Masun, please proceed. Sorry, Mr. Masun, I think your mic still mute.
Yes, okay. I'm sorry, I'm in traveling, yeah. Can you hear my voice?
Clearly.
Okay, thank you, Ayan. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rektor Universitas Terbuka, Dean of Universitas Terbuka, all speakers of ISBEST 2022, and all participants. I'm Muhammad Mahsun. On behalf of the jury board of the COPSI 2022, I will announce the winners of this year competition. COPSI, or the competition of public sector innovation, is a competition to select, to choose the best innovators in the public sectors in order to develop public sector services that benefit to the community, especially in public sectors. And in these years, COPSI has 9 finalists, and all finalists have presented their work in front of the jury boards at 29 October 2022, yesterday. So, before I announce the winners of COPSI 2022, I will inform that the jury reports consists of 6 experts. My committee help me to share and show the name of the jury boards. First, Associate Professor Dr. Olowatoyin Muse Johnson Popola from Institute of Chartered Accountant of Nigeria, Malaysia District. And second, Prof. Ali Muktianto from Universitas Terbuka. And number 3, Bapak Rahmadi Murwanto, PhD from PKN STAN. Number 4, Dr. Zubir Ashar from University Science Malaysia. And number 5, Dr. Rita Perwitasari, FDISP, Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, Kompartemen Akuntan Pendidik. And last, jury, me, Muhammad Mahsun from Association of Public Sector Accounting Educators. Ladies and gentlemen, I will announce the winners, and I will start from the third winner. The third winner with total score of 387 is Andri Iman Safroni from Universitas Terbuka. And then the second winner with the total score of 398 is Dian Anita Nuswantara and friend from UNESA Surabaya. And then the first winner with a total score 399 is Fitriah Nur Hidayah and friends from Universitas Pembangunan Jaya. And then I will announce the favorite winners. The favorite winners, COPSI 2022, get 100 to 9 votes is Fitriah Nur Hidayah and friend from Universitas Pembangunan Jaya. This decision is final decision based on an objective and independent jury assessment. So, hopefully the result of COPSI 2022 that are chosen or not as the winners, I hope can provide the real benefit for the public sector, especially in Indonesia. That's all from me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Mahsun, for the announcement of the winners. Congratulations for all the winners and the favorite winners of fourth COPSI. And now, please welcome COBISMA Judges Representative, as well as Chairman of COBISMA, Dr. Shine Peter Siolemba Patiro, STMM, to announce the winner. The time is yours.
Nanti di-share.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally arrived at the event we have been waiting for, the announcement of the winners of COBSI and COBISMA participants. For the first winner, we received a certificate in some case. The first winner will receive 3 million rupiahs. Goes to Liz Zuhria. Made for you has Liz Zuhria from institution. What's the institution? It's not clear. Liz Zuhria. And second winner. Second winner will receive a cash prize of 2 million rupiahs. Goes to Syaifullo, Slamet Haryanto, Anfas, and Nenga Sukendri. Klapa.com. Second. Now the third winner goes to Adi Sofiana, Latif, Fahri Givari, and Iman Irfansyah, Barbarian. Okay, thank you for the winners. This decision is absolute and cannot be contested based on the jury's decision. Now to the first runner-up. Goes to Tria Detamia, Cilok New Bogor, Nukasep Nugelis. Congratulations. Yeah. For the second runner-up goes to Lasando Lumbanggau and Mudiono, Maripesta.com. Not forget to tractor, Mrs. Lasando. Are you okay, Mr. Martino? Okay.
I'm so perplexing with Mr. Lasado.
Okay. So I think, okay, I think that's all the winner of COBISMA. Okay, I will send it back to moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shine. And congratulations to all the winners. Hopefully, it will be useful for yourself, the community, and the nation. We appreciated your effort and contribution in this event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to announce the winner as the best 5 papers in ISBEST event today. And the winner will be announced by Mr. Martino Wibowo, Chairman of the ISBEST. Mr. Martino, please proceed.
Thank you so much indeed, Mbak Caca, for welcoming me to announce the winner of the 5th ISBEST International Seminar on Business, Economic, Social Science, and Technology. And I would say big thank you and so much gratitude to the participants who are joining this competition with a huge effort and who burn out the oil in the midnight and the day to write down the article and setting up the slides. Now, time is stand still for a while. It is to be honored to be with you, reviewer, judges during this time. And it is the time we acknowledge the winner of the best paper in our 5th International Seminar on Business, Economic, Social Sciences, and Technology, ISBEST. On behalf of the chairman of ISBEST, I will announce the winner from the 5th rank to the top notch of this championship. So, can you, okay. The 5th winner of best paper goes to Suci Rahmawati, Prima, Nimade Ayu Krishna, Cahyadi, Ake Widanto, with the title How Small Scale Fishermen Have Stayed Afloat During the Pandemic of COVID-19. Okay, and the next 4th best paper goes to Eva Haryanti, Amor Marunda, Dahlia, Trianggraini, and Lydia with the title Market Performance and Business Strategy, Their Impacts on Micro, Small, Medium Scale Enterprises Tax Obligation. And the third one, belongs to Indah Jamhur, Ismayanti Istanto, with the Designing Travel Pattern of 8 Betawi icons toward a cultural tourism sustainability. And the second paper, best paper, it will goes to Bapak Bondan Widiawan, Pak Ali Muktianto, Bu Ami Pujibati, Martino Wibowo, with the title Building Cyber Security Awareness for Cyber Threat Protection. And this, we are look forward to the first best paper. It goes to Slamet Wahyudi with antecedents of amihud liquidity and their consequences of firm value. Thank you everyone and huge congratulations, huge hug from me to all of you. Thank you very much and see you in 2023. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martino, and congratulations to all the winners. And we hope that you'll be useful for yourself, community, and the nation. And we appreciate your effort to write the papers also. And this event almost ended, but before we say goodbye, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Yunus, SSMA, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Terbuka, to deliver his closing remarks. Dr. Muhammad Yunus, please proceed for your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. But I'm so sorry, there's a technical problem, so my picture not come in your Teams or Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Shalom, dan Rahayu. Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency Bapak Menteri Marsikal TNI Purnawirawan Dr. Hadi Cahyanto, SIP, Minister of Agrarian Affairs and Special Planning, Republic of Indonesia, and Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, SAMSE, Minister of Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your attendance at the fifth International Seminar on Business, Economic, and Social Science and Technology, ISBEST. I believe that during today, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion. In this fifth ISBEST 2022, whose main theme is answering the unprecedented challenge in business sustainability through knowledge investment and collaborative innovation, we have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by amazing keynote speakers and the invited speakers who have shared their interesting knowledge. Permit me, I'd like to highlight today's discussion a little. Recover together, recover stronger. As we all know, business in all sectors and industries face unprecedented challenge as a result of COVID-19's global consequences, which have compelled them to recognize and take innovative action. Innovation is a vital dynamic capability for survival, responding to unexpected environmental events and managing short and long-term risks and challenges, and collaboration is acknowledged as an element of innovation. We as an organization need to coordinate their combined skills and work together, collaboration, to explore innovative solutions in countering unpredictable change. Innovation has always been a recipe for survival and a sustainability in situations that are fiercely competitive and uncertain. The term sustainability is used here to indicate an organization's ability to exist in a highly competitive environment with strong competitors and to resist extreme crises that threaten its survival and growth. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for delivering such important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge. Furthermore, I'd like to thank all presenters and participants who have joined this international seminar, which is held by Universitas Terbuka. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussion afterwards, all of us can contribute to solving the current issues, even though the contribution may be small, but is still invaluable. Finally, I am Muhammad Yunus. On behalf of Rector of Universitas Terbuka, I'd like to thank all the committee members for organizing this international seminar and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during the seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a meeting, then will be a goodbye. I thank you once again for your participation and wish you all a safe journey. I hope that you enjoy our international seminar, and I do also hope that we can meet again in the next ISBEST. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you once again, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, for your closing remarks. As time goes by, and the time has come for us to end today's event. But for all participants and presenters, please fill the certificate link on Zoom chat box. Once again, thank you to our Excellency and Honorable Board of Judges, speakers, team committee, and all parties who helped make this event happen today. Thank you again to the respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today, and we will see you next time. We ask for your understanding for any mistake we made. We wish you enjoy this event and great success in your future. Bye for now and have a great day. See you next year. Bye.
Let's wrap up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.